Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the April 22nd, 2025 regular board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 4:01 p.m. We have Ms. Munoz, who will be joining remotely today, according to bylaw 9320, meetings and notices, and it's teleconferencing for just cause. A contagious illness prevents a board member from attending in person. Thank you. And so we do have a public comment for closed session items.
Yes, we have one virtual and one live. Virtual comment is from Roseanne Crawford.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Roseanne Crawford here. While it's unprecedented that a superintendent continually has a performance evaluation, unfortunately, it's necessary. Our superintendent became a superintendent for the first time when she was hired from the Los Angeles School District, one of the worst in California, by the previous board. Over the years between 2021 and 22, building an overbloated executive cabinet, a new position was created for a former Los Angeles colleague, as well as several other cabinet hires, well over 200,000 base salaried positions annually. The former school board allowed this abuse of power, which basically created an inverted triangle of operations, leaving the thinning ranks at the bottom of teachers, paraeducators, and specialists, to the point some programs have been eliminated and core subjects threatened. This board has the power to reverse this pyramid and restore a strong base. Our children and teachers deserve this. Thank you very much for your interest in finally stepping up to the plate and doing what the other board would not do. We trust in you, and thank you for all of your service. Good night.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And present, we have Michelle Voigt.
Yeah.
So I thought I was thinking was, and it's not running part of the COVID session. It might change that based on the fact you'd like to speak on the meeting board there and on part of Senator Rose needs to zoom.
Yeah, that's okay. Welcome.
No. Yeah, I just want to speak or you go it's both session about the extending
the COO's, the extension of the contract. This contract extension comes at a time when the district is citing serious financial concerns significant enough to justify 85 RIF notices, reductions to high school course offerings resulting in dismissal periods that push students into idle off-campus time. If we're making those decisions based on a 3-year financial forecast and reserve targets, then this contract and other highest levels must also be part of the long-term equation. The COO role was created in 2021 in response to the pandemic. Since then, it has grown to a new nearly $270,000 in total compensation, up 21% in just 2 years. While Mr. Venz may be skilled in his role, so are many of the educators whose positions are being considered for elimination. Cuts, if necessary, must be applied equitably. We cannot say we're in crisis when it comes to our classrooms and then dismiss that same urgency when it comes to administration. This is about shared sacrifice and fiscal responsibility. Superintendent Maldonado, this is your cabinet. While the board votes on contracts, the structure of your leadership team begins with your recommendations. If we're making painful cuts based on future projections, then those decisions must start at the top. Please do not extend this contract. This is the moment to demonstrate that leadership means making tough decisions. You, the board, are ultimately responsible for right-sizing this administration, ensuring that the resources are directed where they're most needed, into our classrooms. The community is engaged, and this is your opportunity to lead with transparency, accountability, and renewed trust. Thank you.
And then Todd Voigt.
Thank you all. Hello, my name is Todd Voigt. I'm father of two San Marcos High School students. I'm a chartered financial analyst, spent my entire professional career on Wall Street. I've analyzed and invested in thousands of businesses. I'm appearing today to urge the board to not renew the contract of the COO. At a minimum, to implement a salary reduction. Also, if you choose to renew, which I hope you don't, but if you do choose to renew, please only renew for 1 year. So like if we want to fire him next year, we don't have to pay 2 years of his 3-year contract. And we know the math. We know why we're talking about this, right? School district is shrinking and loss-making. 1,500 less students since 2019, 50 less teachers. Yet every year, the superintendent and the executives got pay raises. Actually, I have an org chart here too, 2021 and 2025. 19 people under the executive branch, now 25. Seems like what they're really good at doing is building organizational charts where they hollow out those below. So, as Michelle said, the CO joined in 2021. COVID funds were there. They're not now. We are now loss-making. So the answer ultimately to this budget deficit with the executives, with the superintendent as leader, their answer is what? To fire teachers, reduce services to students, while increasing compensation for themselves. This is immoral. This is unconscionable. It's a dereliction of duty for the executive board, but also the board. You're their boss. You approve it. But we have our chance now. The COO's contract's over June 25. Don't renew it. That's $300,000. On the board, we have 25 people working now for the executive board. It was 19. 6 people, you get rid of them, that's like 1.2 to 1.5 million. How many teachers can we pay and students can we provide good schooling to for that money saved? I urge you to consider that. But again, to the board, you're in charge. You're the boss. They're not. Your duty is to the constituency, which are the students and the taxpayers, not to the executives. And I urge you to actually take that control, which you have, and make the right decision. I mean, Santa Barbara is watching, right? So a continued rubber stamp of egregious executive compensation growth in the face of teacher firings and student services cut is not going to stand.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. Your time is up.
All right.
Thank you.
Think about how the students and the teachers will look at you if you choose to do what
Thank
you're
you.
thinking of doing.
Is that the last public comment?
It's
We will now go to closed session. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 22nd, 2025 Board of Education regular board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 6:11. I do want to state that Board Member Munoz will be joining us remotely according to bylaw 9320, meetings and notices, and under subsection teleconferencing for just cause due to a contagious illness that prevents a board member from attending in person. And so with that, we have language access.
Thank you. Good evening. We have Spanish interpretation available and also ASL interpretation available through Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español disponible y también lenguaje de señas disponible por medio de Zoom. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have no announcements from closed session. And with that, we will go to our student board member report.
Good evening, everyone, and happy Earth Day. I hope we're all taking this day to reflect on our planet and our shared responsibility to take care of it. Juniors are taking the state CASP testing this week. In result, the high school schedule has taken a small shift. Tomorrow at La Cumbre Junior High, there will be an AVID celebration to recognize the accomplishments of our AVID students throughout the year, where seniors from across the district are honored for their achievement and growth. I wanted to highlight one of our San Marcos High School students, Ava Jane Damery, that's sitting to the right of the room, who is shadowing Dr. Edison here at the district office. Ava is deeply interested in school policy and is actively seeking ways to get more involved across Santa Barbara Unified. Her leadership is inspiring and a powerful reminder of the impact students have. Our ASB elections for our next year's student leaders have been announced. Congratulations to all students who have been elected across the high schools. A big congratulations to the Santa Barbara High School drumline who placed first in the WCPA championship in the 3A division for this past weekend. Their hard work, passion, and talent will continue to be recognized, especially at a time where the arts face budgeting challenges. Prom season is here. Schools have officially announced their prom themes. It's a very exciting time for students to create lasting memories. We are approaching our last Student Advisory Council. At our last Student Advisory Council meeting, we discussed the LPAC goals. Students shared their input on how we can better reach the LCAP goals of improving student engagement, well-being, and access to college and career opportunities. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will go to our superintendent's report.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. I'm super excited because we have so many great people in our audience today. We want to start with our youngest participants. Today, board members, we're celebrating the voices of our student poets, brave, creative, and full of heart. Poetry helps us see the world differently, and these students are here to show us how. I want to bring up Mallory Price and Allison Quijano to talk a little bit more about the second annual poetry contest that we held in our school district. Welcome.
Families and students. I'm Mallory Price.
I'm Allison Quijano.
And we are so excited to be here tonight to honor the winners of our second annual poetry contest. The big update this year was that the contest was expanded to include poets from our junior highs and high schools. And we're so thrilled that we did because the poems submitted by these students were truly remarkable. The theme this year was change. This theme offered so many entry points for students of all ages. We received poems about changes in seasons, change related to learning, life transitions, the concept of change in general, climate change, and more. We received about 200 poems. Students were encouraged to submit poems in all of the languages that they speak. Poems can be submitted into one of the 8 categories that you see here. And tonight, we get to honor the first place, second place, third place, and honorable mention poets in each of these categories. So, first, we have 5 students and 1 class who will be sharing their poems with us tonight. At the end, we will have all of our poets come to the front to be recognized. We wish that we could hear from all of our poets. First, we would like to invite Ms. Balcazar's TK class from McKinley Elementary. They are our first place winners in the collaborative poem category. Ms. Balcazar will be reading with some of her students. So, TK students from McKinley, you may now come to the front to share your poem with all of us.
Testing, testing.
You guys want to wave to the TV really quick? Just wave. Good job. Now you're going to look at your audience.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is McKinley's TK DLI classroom, and we're going to be presenting a poem called I Am the Change. Are we ready? Okay, so I'm going to say it, and you're going to say it loud. Okay? Change. Cambio. What is it? ¿Qué es? Colores. Seasons. Caterpillars. Two mariposas. Tú. Me. Love. Diferencias. Amor. Amigos. Respeto. Family. Empatía. Growth. You are the change. Tú eres el cambio. Okay, a round of applause for our TK class.
Can we give a round of applause to the teacher, Ms. Balcazar?
Thank you, TK students from McKinley. That was beautiful. Our next poet reader, there we go, is Isaiah Martell. And he was our first place winner in, thank you. He was our first place winner in the 6th grade category. And he is a 6th grade student at Franklin. Please welcome Isaiah Martell.
Change. Change is going to a new school with other kids from other schools. The halls are wide, the world is new, a place where dreams and doubts come through. From little desks to lockers tall, the sound of echoes in the hall. A sea of faces, some unknown, a rush of voices never alone. The change feels huge, but it's just a start. New teachers, a world that's moving fast, new friends, new classes. Jitters creep, the butterflies fly, as we spread our wings and learn to try. Change the stage between the child and grown, where we find ourselves but still unknown.
Thank you, Isaiah.
Our next reader is Ashley Drake from Goleta Valley Junior High, 7th grade.
Change, like winds that softly blow, whispers secrets we may not know. It stirs the leaves, it bends the trees, shifting tides and altering seas. In quiet moments it takes place, a gentle touch, a slow embrace. When the dew glow turns to snow, it's a sunrise breaking the night, turning the darkness into light. Like rivers carving through the land, change shapes the earth with an unseen hand. Though we may resist, we cannot stay, for time moves forward day by day. Embrace it, for it makes us new, a journey endless yet in view. For in the shifting we may find the growth and strength of the heart and mind.
Thank you, Ashley. Oh. I'm sorry. All right, our next reader is Ruby, who is in grade 11 at Alta Vista High School.
Into the microphone. Hi, is this good? Great. I want to be rinsed gently in clear water. I want to look up from an orange slice, my fingers and lips sticky with simplicity, and be rinsed of the bitter pith between my overzealous teeth. I want to be rinsed by the pounding waterfalls and unruly seas. I want the cliffs of my stagnancies and attachments to fall in the face of time and tide. I want to be rinsed by the tears of the sky mixing with my own upon salty cheeks. I want to be rinsed, the way each wave scrubs the sand, the way the river carves through rock impermeable to hammer and chisel, the way the raccoon rinses his dinner, so that I may land, dripping and clean, on the tongue of my destiny.
Thank you so much, Ruby. I'll get it one of these days. Is Sibel going to read? Okay, great. Our next reader is Sibel Somoza from grade 11, also from Alta Vista.
You can't resist it. Every choice, move, word, and all the people who surround you have an effect on it. Sometimes it rushes to you like a tsunami full of bad and dark emotions, but it's just the beginning. Not every change starts off well. It can get better if you really hope for it. Don't resist your growth, accept your change.
Thank you so much, Sibel. And last but not least, we have Jeremy Solano Beltran, a senior from Santa Barbara High School.
Okay, is this good? Okay. The human condition of being equal to the stars. We can't remain the same. We're too infatuated with the things we cannot see or touch or smell. And yet when we try to claim them, we miss the things that we could touch and see and smell. It is in ourselves to not deny the obvious, universal flow of multiple time rivers traveling in one direction and leaving life and creation behind. Life is about not opposing that universal flow. Life is about being equal to the stars. But also, it is in ourselves to deny that universal imposition of multiple mechanisms placed against us. Life is about defying that universal flow so we can remain the same while in constant change. As for myself, all of myself runs like a river, eroding my own path, breaking nature's sleep. My name stays the same, but just like water, I change. Now, in my room's mirror, my skin now is a testament to the longevous years of my young age and the undeniable truth of outgrowing my baby shoes. Now I stand as tall as I ever been, wearing an oversized cap and gown I'm still unable to fit. Thank you.
Whew, that one gets me every time. All right, as Mallory said, we wish we could have heard from all of the poets, but we do want to recognize all of them. So will all of the poets who are in the room and in the back room, hopefully you can hear me back there too, and we can make some space so that all of our poets can join us. Please come up to the front so that we can take a group photo, and let's give them a big round of applause.
Mallory and Allison, you're going to come up here also. A special thank you to the parents that are here today, the teachers. I see some principals in the audience. Thank you, poets. Also, beautiful job. We're going to take a small transition time to have them, those who are leaving, take some time to move out of this room if you need to leave. And then we're going to invite the employees who are also being recognized to come to the front. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. And we're going to go back to the superintendent for the rest of the superintendent's report.
Well, thank you so much. I see so many amazing faces in the audience. Today, board members, we really want to take a moment to honor a very special group of people. Those who have dedicated 25, 30, and even 35 years of their lives to this organization. These longevity milestones are not just numbers. They represent thousands of days showing up through changes, challenges, and triumphs. They speak to the deep commitment, resilience, and heart each of you brings to your work year after year. You've shaped our culture, mentored generations of students and each other, and continue to make an impact that ripples far beyond what any of us can ever measure. So today, we're not just handing out pins. We want to express our profound gratitude. Whether you've been here 25, 30, or 35 years, your service tells a story of loyalty, passion, and purpose. And we are so lucky to be part of that story with you. Thank you for everything you've given and that you continue to give. Today, we celebrate you. And with that, I'd like to bring up Dr. Vecchio to call out the names of our employees that are being recognized. And I just want to acknowledge that not all of them could be here today. And so we will be posting their names on our website for a couple of weeks just so everybody could see all the great longevity employees in our district.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to start with our 25-year career employees, and the first is Jennifer Capshaw.
And give it.
Jennifer's a teacher at SBCA. Next, 25-year pin for Jennifer Cornejo, are working in HR. We have, I think Regina Frecking's here and going to pick up a pin for Dominic Frecking and herself, both teachers at Alta Vista, 25 years.
Yeah.
Then we have Blanca Hernandez, a paraeducator at La Cumbre Junior High. And Christopher Jones, teacher at Dos Pueblos High School. Gwen Patterson, special educator at Adams Elementary.
Congratulations, Gwen. Thank you.
Robin Seltzer, teacher at Dos Pueblos High School. Okay, I don't see Robin. Okay. Julie Tabachi Grimes, special ed teacher, La Cumbre Junior High.
do them all at the end. Picture.
Okay, we're going to go to 30-year pins. Teacher, La Colina Junior High, Kirk Berthold. Dessa Mandrino, teacher, San Marcos High School.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And teacher at SBCA, Tamara Montag. That's the spirit. Teacher. She gave good high fives, though, and forgot her flower and pen. All right. Teacher at Washington, Elizabeth Mortensen.
Good job.
Assistant Principal, La Colina Junior High, Carol Navarez.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Teacher at Santa Barbara Community Academy, Roberta Ortega. Yeah, good dance. Good job. And also working in HR, tip coordinator is Roxana Stern.
Good job, Roxanne.
Teacher at Goleta Valley Junior High, Jeff Weinbender. Is that here? Jeff couldn't make it. And our last 30-year pin holder, teacher, Santa Barbara Junior, William Zeladone. All right, we'll have the 35-year pin holders line up on this side, but don't forget your flower and your pin. Jorge Hernandez, working in maintenance and operation. Woo! Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And a library technician at Franklin, Evelyn Leva.
Good job. Good job.
And teacher from Goleta Valley Junior High, Jeanette Pinato.
Good job. Thank you.
And and last person on our list is Antonio Perez, head custodian, La Cumbre Junior High.
Congratulations.
And before we take a big photo, anyone that is here for their pin that I didn't have on the list? Okay, and we will give the pins to those that weren't able to make it tonight. On behalf of everyone, school district, school board, our superintendent, I want to thank all of you for your years of service. It's quite remarkable. And we want a picture of all of you so we can put it on our website. So let's gather in.
From there to right there, if we can.
Are you doing? I don't say no. See what you do. I was the turkey person about that.
All right. We will turn it back to the superintendent to finish out the superintendent's report.
So congrats to everybody and thanks again for so many years of service. I just want a couple more items. I do want to recognize a couple weekends, I want to say 2 weekends ago, I got an incredible text from Aaron Solis from San Marcos High School, who informed me that he and Daniel Feldhaus were named Athletic Directors of the Year for the northern area of the CIF Southern Section. He was one of only 4 recipients selected from over 580 schools and was honored at the CSADA State Conference earlier this month. San Marcos High School's Aaron Solis was also recognized receiving the CSADA Norm McKenzie Award given to a top-performing athletic director with fewer than 3 years of experience. Both awards were presented during the CSADA conference banquet on April 12th in Reno, and we're proud to celebrate the leadership and excellence of our SB Unified athletic directors. And as always, board members, I do want to end today's superintendent report with our classroom champion. Kyler Bushra goes, I hope I pronounced that correctly, goes above and beyond every day to build meaningful relationships with her students. Her classroom is a welcoming space where students feel seen, heard, and valued. Kyler constantly seeks out new strategies and tools to make learning engaging, accessible, and relevant. She has been a leader in the UCSB Math Language Routines Research Project, integrating math language routines into her practice and working within a community of practitioners to help them do the same. She embodies the spirit of the Teacher Champion Award. Her dedication, innovation, and heart for her students set a powerful example for all educators. She's truly deserving of this honor. Thank you so much to La Cumbre Junior High School's teacher, Kyler Bushra. And with that, I conclude my report. I do not conclude my report. Forgive me, everybody. I do have a human resources update that I skipped over unintentionally, and for that, I'm bringing up Dr. Vecchio.
Thank you very much, and I know we have a short slide deck for this update. Thank you for letting us transition to this topic. It is a RIF update. I do have some news to bring to you, and some of it's actually good news, so I'll get to that. So I wanted to start by just reminding the board, the RIF is the March 15th notice we give. It's an indication that there's going to be a reduction in force. We're not sure always where that's going to land, but it's noticing people. Layoff is the final notice in May. The purpose of the March 15th deadline, it's actually an Ed Code statute, and it's actually really important for employees because it guarantees that a school district is not going to go late into the school year, May, for example, and then drop a notice on someone that they don't have a job next year. And so it's really important to keep that in mind, and this is really a protection for employees because if they do need to look for another job, there's those months of March, April, May to begin thinking about that. Those notices in March 15th are precautionary, and I have a table down here that kind of depicts that. What you see here is the district's action in late February, March was to eliminate 28 positions. Human Resources had to issue 28 elimination notices. Those were to people, most of whom are not going to lose their job. We have a statutory obligation to notify them that the position's going to be eliminated. So that's 28 notices. But because of that, we had to issue another 32 notices of potential bumping that might happen because of those eliminations, and those all equaled 60. We then had the action of the master schedule FTEs, and that was mostly the course takes and reducing the course takes. There was some overstaffing that we highlighted, and those required 0 elimination RIF notices. But they did require us to give some precautionary notices, 37 of them. You'll notice almost 2 to 1. So for every FTE, we had to give out 2 notices. And those were across probably 10 credential areas that we had to be safe, cover all the credential areas. And so that was another 37 with the total coming to around 100. I think it was 105, 108 March 15th notices. So that should help the board recollect how we got to the March 15th notices. Just for an update, classified, we were able to get started on classified pretty quickly and worked together with CSEA. We found vacant existing positions, so this was all attrition. Most of them were lower level positions, but 8-hour positions, maybe 2 ranges different that someone would accept that position. So what would happen is an employee would get their position eliminated, they'd bump someone else, they might bump another person, and that last person we found a job for. And so we are not going to have to bring layoff notices to you in the classified realm. We found positions for all those individuals. Certificated update. This good news is Ann and I have been working tirelessly on just putting this puzzle together of the certificated side. We began last week and were able to rescind all the elementary notices. So that is some good news. And in fact, we were able to find a way to keep most of those, actually almost all of those RIFs at their school site they're currently at, except for one. We did look at secondary. We looked at, I think, 2 or 3 credential areas we were able to get mostly solved. Those are listed there, counselor, social science, and English. And we were able to feel comfortable about rescinding 20 of those RIFs. And we still have other credential areas to get through. Ann and I spent late into Friday making personal phone calls to those folks. We do not see those as a seniority number. They are our employees and people we work with, and we wanted to get them notice, even though they didn't have a piece of paper. They heard from us personally on the phone that they would have a job next year, so we did that late Friday. We sent them notices today via email. And it is looking like we'll be expecting minimal layoff notices due to attrition. So I'll give you an example. We had 2 retirements last week. In a credential area, we really were able to bring back 2 people because of that. So that continues to happen, and we're just kind of watching the staffing sheets, watching our email inboxes for any people that are resigning or retiring. And then I wanted to just give you a sample of how we work through one credential area. So this is just a sample. This is not real. I made up the seniority numbers there, made up the FTEs. So on the left are the people who received RIF notices in March. You'll notice at the bottom there's 7 FTEs there. On the right-hand side is what's happening in our master schedules currently. Or I'm sorry, who needs placement in our master schedules currently. So you'll see the top 3 are return from out of classroom. Those are TOSAs that need a position. The school site overstaffing, that is a school site's master schedule that has the least senior teacher there in that credential area does not have sections to teach. They don't have classes for that person. So I have to find a place in the district for that person because that person does not have a RIF notice. And let's say there's 6 people I have to place. You'll see that 6.0 there. Then I go down and I have to look across all of our master schedules and determine, are there any vacancies in this credential area? And so in this sample, there's 2 vacancies across 2 of the master schedules, meaning that, and you'll see that 2. So 6, I have 2 places to place the 2 of those 6, leaving us 4 positions that I need to find placement for. So what that means is I would need to go up this seniority list or this RIF list for teachers and provide a spot. If I get a resignation in this credential area, then that number becomes 3 and I only have to do 3. So that's the process we're working through in each credential area. I think that's the update I have for you. Thank you for allowing me that time.
Thank you, John. As you can see, board members, we do know that between March and May, there is a whole process, and people still continue to make decisions about their life, whether it's resignation, retirement, moving on, moving to new jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Now we will move to public comment for non-agenda items. Mr. Banning. Oh, and we are going to do 2 minutes, and we will close public comment in 5 minutes, so 6:58.
We have one virtual comment. Are we prepared for that? Okay, the first then is Roseanne Crawford, virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I signed up for the wrong item in error. I had meant to sign in for the support of establishing new committees, the last agenda item for discussion tonight, but here I am, and I'd like to make just a general brief comment in public comment. There's a lot of housekeeping that needs to be done, particularly around transportation and boundaries. Thank you, board, for acting on the teachers and the students and the community's concerns. Thank you very much.
All right, is that it?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The first for public comments, we'll start with Michelle Voigt, followed by Tanya Mark and Caroline Abate.
Hi, good evening. I am Michelle Voigt. I'm here to speak about the RIF process, so I'm super grateful, as I'm sure a lot of these teachers are, to have this update. I'm here to talk specifically about the harm the process causes and the message it sends. At the March 11th board meeting, teachers and students waited until nearly 9 p.m. just to speak. They were pushed to the end of the agenda after hours of district business as if their voices were secondary. What we witnessed that night were educators and students pleading not for special treatment, but for respect, for equality, for stability, for fairness. Let's be clear, issuing 85 RIF notices each spring is not just a formality. It's destabilizing, it's dehumanizing. Teachers don't know if they can stay in the district, sign a lease, buy a car, start a family. Our students feel that uncertainty too. When beloved, trusted teachers disappear year after year, and while classrooms are thrown into disarray, not one administrator receives a RIF. The message the board sends is clear. Reward administrators, destabilize the classroom. This is not shared sacrifice. That is a system out of balance and one that erodes trust. If you're making difficult cuts based on a 3-year budget forecast, then those forecasts must also apply to administration, not just teachers and student programs. We need a new approach, one that's transparent, equitable, and centered on what's best for students. The practice of issuing excessive RIF notices each spring, only to walk many of them back later, that must come to an end. This is not a labor issue, it's a leadership issue, and it's the board's responsibility. It's time we rethink this cycle, we protect our educators, we stabilize our classrooms, and we lead with the values that we say we uphold.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Tanya Mark, Caroline Abate, and Rick Lashua.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. Mine is very short today because I've had a very long day. I was helping a student with community service.
First, I wanted to say that I'm super excited for the Ethnic Studies Community Celebration coming up next week. Woo woo. And last board meeting, I asked you to officially recognize June as Pride Month in this district. Imagine my dismay that the issue didn't make it into tonight's agenda. June is coming up quickly, so please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanya Mark, Carolina Bate. Oh, that was Tanya, sorry. Carolina Bate, Rick Lashwa, and Rich Lashwa.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the meaning of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech means you are free to speak your ideas at public meetings during public comment. You are free from worry about being treated with hostility because people may disagree with what you say. You are free to provide an analysis of controversial ideas, curriculums, and board actions, and to ask thought-provoking questions while providing a fresh perspective and a better way forward. Freedom of speech means that you are free to hope that everyone listening, while they may disagree, will be civil and respectful and will give your ideas some thoughtful consideration. You are free to believe that your ideas will be judged based on their merit. Ideas that are presented in a respectful manner with thoughtful analysis and careful articulation should be received with an open mind by an audience willing to at least listen. In addition, freedom of speech in this school board meeting room includes an environment that is free from excessive noise, such as clapping, cheering, booing, or any interruptions from the audience. This is very important because in this room, consequential decisions are made. Board members and the public audience alike must be able to hear and think about what is being said.
20 seconds.
And it's very difficult to do that when the room is uncomfortably loud. To everyone listening, please remember to maintain the decorum of the school board meeting room and understand the discussions that take place here are about serious issues. This is a shared space, and people must use common courtesy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Rick Lashwa, Rich Lashwa, and Deborah Reed. Will be with Kate Lambert. Rick.
Hello. Is it working?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rick Lashwa, a student at Santa Barbara Junior High. I would first like to thank Dr. Beal and Ms. Caffrey for replying to my letter. Now, math is stressful. This can be the case for many, while it is easy and relaxing for others. I currently have math second period, and then with my current elective wheel, art is third period. This gives me a great chance to calm down for the rest of the day and express myself. Without the arts, what would happen? Many kids would become overstressed with whatever subject makes them stressed, or some would just not come to school because the one interesting thing in their day has been cut. But if everything is about the kids, is this the best budget for them? If you cut classes that make kids want to come to school, you won't have students. Just last week, I was at the Rockefeller Center in New York. John D. Rockefeller Jr. supported the arts and made the center. He hired Raymond Hood, an architect known for his Art Deco designs and contributions to skyscrapers. He also hired Rin Paul Chapelin, known for his sculpting many statues. These people helped build his dream. Without the arts, Mr. Rockefeller couldn't build a building. If you took that away, what would happen? Where would we be without the arts?
Thank you. All right. Rich Lashwa, followed by Deborah Reed and Kate Lambert.
It's no secret arts programs are expensive to maintain in education. Beyond teachers' salaries are the cost of materials, paint, instruments, clay, costumes, lighting and sound equipment, and so on. However, it's more expensive to rebuild an arts program. If we cut too many, we lose ongoing millions in Prop 28 funding. There are hours of administrative costs in schedule design, creating job postings, interviews, training, and parent outreach to create programs from scratch. Budgets are moral documents. We show our values in what we cut and support. California mandates health classes. Santa Barbara Unified makes them. Pre-K, tax bonds to help defray the cost. Access to arts classes, Santa Barbara fires a dozen arts teachers. Public wants administrative reductions, so the district fires the arts cabinet position. Despite singing on Broadway in New York last week, we're still on track for 0 music teachers at Santa Barbara Junior High next year. We inherited a broken system that must be altered if we expect anything besides failure. Administration blames enrollment, but really there's no room in schedules. We could have used Prop 28 funds to hire more than 1 dance teacher this year, but there's literally nowhere to put them. For enrollment, look at the private schools to which our families leave. Every single one emphasizes arts offerings. Providence won't let you on their website without an ad for their theater production. Arts in public schools increase enrollment. Since 2010, local bonds funding the arts passed twice with ease. You'd be pleasantly surprised at the willingness of our city to help.
20 seconds.
By California Ed Code, we're not providing enough access to the arts for our students. For weeks, teachers, students, parents, and artistic professionals in our community asked for arts retention in our schools. Make the investment to invigorate the arts in our schools rather than permit their slow decline, and we return to compliance with Ed Code, satisfy the families we serve, and survive the nationwide population dip.
Thank you.
The future we're helping kids create needs creative kids. Every child, every chance, every day.
Thank you. Deborah Reed, followed by Kate Lambert and Stephen Hughes.
Last week, Santa Barbara High School implemented tardy sweeps on 2 separate occasions. The purpose of these interventions was to locate students who were late and wandering the halls, get them to their classes to minimize disruption to classes where instruction was already underway, and communicate the importance of being on time and prepared to work, as this is a critical skill for academic and vocational settings. You're laughing because you know about this. On the first day, administration and campus security intervened with students who were returning late from lunch. On the second day, the intervention occurred after second period. Overall, staff connected with 159 students who were late to class. Lunch is approximately 40 minutes. The passing period between first and second period is a mere 7 minutes. Within these short windows of time, students were distracted, preoccupied, and engaged in other activities which prevented them from making it to their classes on time. I'm curious, what do we suppose will happen next year when students have an hour and a half or more of free time due to administrative policy decisions to reduce instructional minutes by cutting schedules down to 3 instead of 4 classes a day? Hypothetically, a student with a free period that abuts lunch could have nowhere to be from 12:30 to 2:30. We're assuming that students will be able to exercise the necessary self-discipline to return to campus after a 2-hour break in the middle of the day. Given that some students struggle to make it to class after a 7-minute passing period, how realistic are we being? What is the plan for ensuring that students return to campus?
Thank you. Kate Lambert.
We're continuing on the same subject. This also relates to a point which was brought up by a parent about graduating early. The maturity level of our teens. Is every 16 or 17-year-old emotionally mature enough and ready to take on responsibility of early graduation, let alone coming back from lunch on time? Is every 16 or 17-year-old ready to dive into a college class or a full-time job? What happens to those who aren't? It's been noted that elective classes are slated to be eliminated as part of the process for shifting students from our 4 to our 3 period day. Historically, electives have been offered as a means for self-exploration. Many students who will be juniors or seniors next year specifically completed their core academic graduation requirements early in their freshman and sophomore year, just so that they would be able to take more electives when they were juniors and seniors. Some students need these classes still to fill their A through G requirements. Others use these classes to render their college applications more well-rounded. Yet for a whole nother group of students, electives provide an opportunity for self-exploration, developing and expressing autonomy, and gaining maturity that they will need to move into the world that has yet to be created. When we remove these options, we remove equity. And who does that make us as a district? Are we all a group of adults willing to value sacrificing student opportunities? Are we too focused on what our budget will be?
20
Where will
seconds.
the children be? And what will they be doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Stephen Hughes, followed by Moni DeWitt and Roberta Ortega. Stephen Hughes? All right, Moni, it looks like you're up.
Can I just have a sip for a second? Thanks. Thank you, board, for this opportunity. And I just want to tell you, over the weekend I had a chance to go to Freedom for Youth Gala, and there I spoke with a lot of formerly incarcerated students, all of whom said the arts is the thing that keeps them in school. School was hard for them, and they felt pushed out. So I again want to say we have too much money at the top, not enough at the bottom. And I'm sorry if I sound like Bernie Sanders, but we really have to give at the top. If I can inspire you with some words from Pope Francis, rivers do not drink their own water, trees don't eat their own fruit. The sun doesn't shine on itself, and flowers don't spread their fragrance for themselves. Living for others is the rule of nature. We're all born to help each other no matter how difficult it is. Life is good when you are happy, but it's much better when others are happy because of you. And I know I've made the plea before, but I would invite the superintendent to perhaps donate back the same raise the teachers got, and also because there's an equity issue. People at the top earn like 6 times what somebody at the bottom does. And my last thing, to further inspire, several California public superintendents, one of them from Byron Union took a 5% cut, another one took a 13%, and this amazing guy, Larry Powell, he took a $200,000 cut. He's from Fresno. Now, we don't expect everybody to be that heroic, but just giving back 10% or not taking the extra 5%, this means jobs. I want your shingle to stay. I want music at the junior high. If these kids don't have it, the school to prison pipeline is very, very real. It's not a joke. It's in this community. And so the top needs to give to the bottom. And our teachers shouldn't be stressed and worried if they have a job for 3 months straight. That's cruel. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Ortega, followed by Hosby Galindo and Yasmin Neri.
Good evening. So Dr. Becchio just gave us some good news that we were able to rescind some of the RIF notices, but the reality is that some of the people were able to keep their jobs because they had to accept split assignments at 2 different schools. So while it looks good on the surface, it is going to affect the schools and the students. So I'm particularly speaking to our school, SBCA. Our MTSS, TOSA, is being reassigned to be split between Roosevelt and Washington School. Washington School has a and these decisions are being made based on the number of students at each school, which I think is a mistake because you have to look at the population of the students at each school. So Roosevelt has 14.9% of their students are English language learners. Washington, 12.1% of their students are English language learners. At SBCA, 45.5% of our students are English language learners. So you are taking away a position that's very important to those students to other schools that seem to need them less. If we look at socioeconomically disadvantaged students, Washington School has 45.7% of their students are SDE students. Roosevelt, 55.1% are. And at our school, 90.1% of our students, 90% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So the optics are bad. You're taking away from schools that have more, or schools that have less, to give the schools that have more. Those schools already have assistant principals. We don't have an assistant principal, and now you're taking away another person who is going to help us with our data and our students, and the teachers are already spread so thin and have to be on multiple committees and everything. So I urge you to look at not just the number of students at each school, but look at the population, and the decisions that you are making just based on numbers need to also reflect the population of students, the English language learners, and the schools that you are taking away from. McKinley, Harding,
Thank you.
Cleveland all have something in common.
Thank you.
And I want you to think about that. Thank you.
Hoseby Galindo, followed by Yasmin Neri and York Shingle.
Hold on one sec.
Hang
Dr.
on a second.
Maldonado, can you clarify the last point that was made about split positions?
Yes, so Roberta, I don't know if you're still here. I am going to ask Dr. Becchio to come up and explain the split position for the MTSS between Roosevelt and Washington. Because I just want to set the record straight how that school is going to keep this split position.
Okay, so the way we place we're placing TOSAs. This is an agreement between SBTA and the district. Is we have MTSS TOSA, for example, at Santa Barbara Community Academy. That person is contacted by me, asked if they want to stay at Santa Barbara Community Academy. If they want to stay at Santa Barbara Community Academy, I keep them at that school. If they do not, then I put them in a pool to make a placement, kind of like what I showed you on the board. In this case, we have the MTSS specialist split position between Roosevelt and Washington that remains. It's part of our CSACE funding and the special ed disproportionality plan. So that's staying in place. We went down a seniority list of our MTSS TOSAs to see who wanted to take that position. And the person at SBCA happened to be, there was a couple no's, and then that person got to, and she elected to take that position.
Thank you for the clarification.
And just to clarify the PSOUP language of education, CSIS plan for Washington and Roosevelt, they are identified as schools with a high percent of over-identification of special ed students. When that happens, the state requires us to write a plan for how we're going to mitigate that over-identification, and that is why they have the MTSS position. And specifically, it's over-identification of Latino students in special education that needs to be corrected.
Thank you.
All right, Hoseby, come on back. And we'll follow you with Yasmin Neri and York Shingle.
Yeah, of course. Good evening, school board, trustee, superintendent, cabinet. Over the last few years, the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing has had a reduction in number of individuals who are applying for teaching credentials. This is one of the reasons it's so important for the district to continue rescinding RIF notices. The pool of teachers is decreasing, and we should not let our district or other industries take our very valuable educators from our students. Let's keep them here with us. Our students depend on all our wonderful educators. SBTA and the Human Resource Department are working on the impacts of the reduction in force. Thank you to the Human Resource Department for making and taking the time to communicate with unit members that they have a job waiting for them with the district for the 25-26 school year. SBTA is grateful for that effort. Please, let's continue working together to help our affected educators. Trustees, all of our positions are important. If there's a way to retain all our educators and positions, let's work on doing that. Please let us continue working together to rescind RIFs and the impact that the reduction of force has had on our teachers. Let us avoid giving people final layoff notices. We owe our educators our very best every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasmin Neri, followed by York Shingle and Eric Magana.
I have an extra one for you. I'm gonna request for one some assistance in case. Sorry. I'm gonna try to make it in English. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna ask for just some guidance here. And good evening, everyone. I'm here. My name is Jasmine Neri. My son attends first grade at Monroe School. I'm currently participating in the Emergent Multilingual Advisory Committee and the Special Education Advisory Committee at Monroe School. I am the representative on both at the district level committees. Through this participation, I am familiar with the low results we have at the district level for our students, especially those with multiple disadvantage. In a good attempt to support these students, we have discussed and invested in a master plan. I also joined as a part of the Emergent Multilingual Master Planning Advisory Committee. Chapters 3 and 4 talk about the critical importance of multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. At our DEMLAC meeting, Dr. Martinez discussed how the current MTSS intervention function in its school monitors and in its schools and monitors the performance of students who are not making progress and provides intervention. Therefore, I am really confused. Ms. G, or MTSS, who provides intervention at our school, Monroe Elementary School, received one RIF notice. So I invite you to everyone to look at the paper that I give you, and it shows the intervention that my son receives this year. As you can see, he really improved on the areas that he received the intervention. So this is really critical work. You know, he used to perform at levels of 60%, and now it's 96, 97. So it's a great work for like our Miss G. So please consider this position at Monroe School.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, York Shingle, Eric Magana, and Robert Nava.
Good evening. I'm York Shingle, MTSS at McKinley for 2 more months. I am in an elementary position that was RIF'd that hasn't been rescinded. Maybe because I'm MTSS or because my background is secondary, it doesn't count as elementary, but I want to make sure you know that what I heard in the update this evening is much rosier than what I'm experiencing. I recognize that John and Ann have been working a ton on this, and I really appreciate it, but I'm still in limbo. In fact, the jobs that could keep me supporting McKinley just opened on Friday, so I updated my resume, cover letter, got a new letter of rec, and applied on Friday. But now I have to decide if I can wait for that application window to close, accept a placement in a secondary space, or look for other opportunities. So it's still not great. But enough about me. I am here to talk about the LCAP process. What a flawed process. I went to a meeting last week, and it feels like we're deciding it based on vibes. I get that we don't know how much money there is for LCAP next year, and that's a part of a bigger system that we can't control. But when we're looking at the expenses and what we're doing this year, there are no metrics on success. There's no way for us to evaluate how effective these things are, which includes my position. I get that. So what are we doing? We're trying to rewrite it based on no information? And then I realize, oh, we're cutting all the jobs of the people who know about data in the district. So I don't think we're really being a data-driven district. I don't really have a conclusion for that.
You have 20
One
seconds.
thing I would like to know is if when you decide to make it 2 minutes for us to speak, you could tell us how many speaker cards there are. I'm just wondering, like, how many speakers makes it us reduce that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Magana, followed by Robert Nava and Kat Ross.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and cabinet. I am Eric Magana, and I'm a Spanish teacher at Dos Pueblos High School. The RIF notices have been impactful and negative to our culture. Included in the RIF notices are colleagues who are first-year teachers, many of them first generation and Latine. Also included in these RIF notices are 2 world language colleagues in the district. When we are hiring and retaining great teachers, including in challenging subjects to fill, such as world language and math, it is contradictory to send them RIF notices. Also included in this group were the Community Peak Fellows. The fellowship required these colleagues to commit to the UCSB teacher education program and work in our district. Please revise this agreement with the Community Fellows so that these fellows are not given RIF notices again in the future. You are pushing away homegrown talent if you do not. Furthermore, the proposed cuts to 280 credits has impacted students' abilities to take Spanish without sacrificing other electives. I know of 2 students who had trouble adding a Spanish class for next year because they are quote-unquote full with 6 classes as seniors. One of them is an AVID student where 2 of their 6 classes are AVID as a year-long course. The current guidelines may require them to drop AVID. Another result of the current guidelines is more students completing beginner Spanish at SBCC or requesting to self-study, to later return to taking Spanish at our school. I am not opposed to students choosing the best path for them to learn the language, but if this becomes a pattern as a result of the reduced offerings, it will create inconsistencies when students reach higher levels of Spanish, as our PLC alignment is disrupted
20
by
seconds.
students coming in with different foundations of grammar, culture, speaking, and writing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kat Ross, followed by Natalie Alvarez and Alyssa Andrade. Oh, I'm sorry, Robert. Robert first. Yep, come on in. Sorry.
Good evening.
It's a green light on down below.
Yeah,
on
we're
the
good.
microphone.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. All right,
We're
cool.
good.
So, my name is Robert Nava, currently an English teacher at Santa Barbara High School. First year teacher. I'm also one of those community fellows he just mentioned. I just want to speak to it. I did get a RIF notice, and I know it's not a personal kind of thing, but when you commit to a program, you commit a whole year to your life, you say, I'm not going to work, I'm going to just commit to become a teacher, especially for someone like me who's a person from the 805, and you know that's something we hold with pride. You're a homegrown person, you want to stay, you want to help the community, you want to elevate it, right? And to get one of those RIF notices really kind of hurts, feels like you're kind of being lied to in a way. Look for many ways around it, no ways around it. Verbal agreement, understand it. But now when I got promised this, I felt secure. I felt like I was going to be able to help this community, help move it up, and I feel like I'm doing that currently at my job. But now with this uncertainty, it feels like you're getting pushed out a little bit. And I just think it's something that should be revised, just because I know they do continue to hand out this community fellowship, and it's something people are proud to receive, and it's obviously a blessing for some people. However, it's not a blessing when you feel like you've been promised employment and now it's kind of getting taken away from you. But yeah, I do appreciate the effort Mr. Becchio and Dr. Becchio, and Ann are doing regarding the RIFs, and hopefully it'll get rescinded soon. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's something that really is impacting these people just coming out and wanting to help their community. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Kat Ross, Natalie Alvarez, and Alyssa Andrade.
In 3 weeks, you will be finalizing layoffs, and I want to check in again about Prop 28 money. For SBUSD, that's over $2.4 million in guaranteed funding as long as we keep or expand access to the arts. Right now, arts positions are planned to be cut at my site, and it sounds like that might be true at other sites as well. And so I want to ask again, are you 100% certain that this will not jeopardize our Prop 28 funding? Because the law seems to think it will. It would be a shame to lose over $2.4 million in order to save a couple $100,000 by laying off a few teachers. At our site, we're losing positions because of the dismissal requirement. So you should know that our policies are causing the fact that we don't have enough courses for our teachers to teach in art. So we're creating the problem that we have. At SBHS, VADA has been asking for years to shift some of the 9-week art classes to full-term classes while on the 4x4 because it's what's best for students. If this was allowed, all of our art teachers would be able to stay and would be needed for next year. But again this year, they were told, no, we can't do that. It's too expensive. We don't want to add the position to the schedule. Please make sure you know with certainty that laying off art positions will not trigger a loss of Prop 28 money. You are our only safeguards in this process.
20 seconds.
There are only 3 weeks left. Please make sure you know the answer to that.
Thank you. Natalie Alvarez and Alyssa Andrade.
I am Natalie Alvarez, a student at Santa Barbara High School. When I told people I was going to speak for 2 teachers at my school, I was told by a few to speak from my heart, and that's exactly what I'm here to do. I want to speak about Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez because I want to make it very clear how these teachers are truly needed at our school in order to encourage students to succeed. Although it's only their first year teaching, they've already made a huge impact at our school. Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez are not only great at teaching us both math and English, they have also become many students' trusted adults on campus. Whether it's Ms. Hernandez helping students with complicated math problems, Mr. Nava helping students write an essay or just giving students a high five in the hallway. They are always there for their students. Their impact on students is seen in the over 200 students who have signed a petition to try to keep them at SBHS. Personally, they have made school a place that I look forward to going to. In the past, I have always felt that I didn't belong at school. However, now I know that I have 2 adults I can trust here. Before I could have never imagined of speaking in front of a crowd of people like this or even organizing a petition, especially to try to keep teachers. But Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez are that special. They deserve to be at SBHS, and SBHS needs them. I also want to say a lot of teachers usually go to school to get their job done and then get paid what they're supposed to get paid. But Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez are the opposite, and they go to engage with their students, and they make school like a very fun community to be in or to be a part of. So I'm proud to go to Santa Barbara High School and be surrounded by these teachers.
Great. Thank you very much. Alyssa Andrade.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Andrade. I am a sophomore at Santa Barbara High School. I just wanted to speak on behalf of 2 of my favorite teachers, Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez, who recently received RIF notices. I truly believe this wasn't the right decision. There's so many students who look up to them daily and care for them and have a close bond with them. Both of these teachers have had a huge impact on me and so many other students. They are not just there to teach, they are here for us as students. They support us academically, emotionally, and socially. They take time out of their day to create relationships with their students to make them feel heard and cared for. Mr. Nava and Ms. Hernandez go above and beyond every single day. They don't just show up to sit at a desk, they show up with a big heart, good energy, and dedication for their students. They inspire us, encourage us, and help us grow. I look up to them, and I know I'm not the only one. Please consider this decision. Our school is better because of teachers like them, so losing them would make a huge impact on a lot of students and not a good impact. It would make students feel very sad. Please save our math and English teachers. We cannot afford to lose such incredible teachers. Thank you.
That completes the public comment. We have some cards on later agenda items.
Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Maldonado, can you touch on the Prop 28 item?
I am actually going to ask Steve Vance to come up and speak to the question about what would happen with Prop 28 money and why it cannot be used for this, but I'll let him be the expert. Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. So with Prop 28, school districts are getting into trouble with doing exactly what was suggested, which is taking the money that's currently funding the position, which is general fund, and replacing that money with Prop 28 fund. Okay, so just to be clear so if you lay off teachers and then come back and bring them back on with Prop 28 funds, that's still supplanting the money. So you cannot just hire people back on and hire them with Prop 28.
So I'll explain it a slightly different way. Our district has made investments in the arts, TK through 12, before Prop 28 was even a thing. To hire teachers with the 2.8 million that we would get, we need to add more teachers, but keep the current ones we have and use the 2.8 to pay for them. So that would add more staffing to our district. What we're looking to do right now is cut into the positions that we have across all the areas, not just the arts. So that's why I wanted to make sure we understood that it would be adding more teachers with the $2.8 million, and that would result in even more staffing.
And just to be clear, that the auditing process is specific in terms of the number of FTEs that are being increased, as well as increase in enrollment in arts classes. So those are the two key factors that we're audited on. Thank you.
Next, we will turn it back to the board for board comments and correspondence. Does anyone want to go? Dr. Beal?
Okay, so I think I will make one. Am I allowed to say something? Oh, I think I will make one clarification, since we seem to be going a little bit off the menu here and making clarifications. I do believe that the Santa Barbara Community Academy person who spoke, who got one of our pins, was trying to say that the MTSS there no longer has a position, and they were offered the position at Roosevelt and Washington. So that is a little bit, I do see that Santa Barbara Community Academy is saying they would like to keep their MTSS, but the position is no longer there. So all the MTSSs that were senior were given the option to take the split position, and this person did take the split position, so that's great. But I do think that there is the issue of the loss of the MTSS at Santa Barbara Community Academy. I think that's what's being spoken to at the comment. Again, you know how I feel about that, sorry. Anyway, just clarification. In terms of my comments as a board member, I went to 2 events, and I don't like to talk a lot about these things because it seems embarrassing to talk about what I do, but I went to a really fun STEAM fair at Adams, and that was super fun to see, just the excitement about STEAM. A 3rd grader did a secondary level science project. It was amazing. There was screen printing. It was just great energy. And so it was really nice to be at a school where people seem so excited about STEAM, which includes the arts. I also went to Franklin, and they had their back to school night. And saw lots of great things there. But I also met their music teacher, and I don't know if I have the name quite right, Mr. Nicholas, I didn't write it down. And he does a great academy thing where he has the students go through his music classes and he kind of meets them where they are. If they're not so into instruments and they're athletes, he makes them dance. And he does that in combination with the other teachers. So a very unique program, super creative. He did get a RIF, but I think that was rescinded. But I just think it's an amazing program. And, you know, I do support arts and music, and this program just seems so creative and so unique. And I hope this teacher stays in our district.
Please refrain from clapping, please. Ms. Caffrey.
So, because of the Brown Act, we can't respond to the presentation on RIF. So I would just mention, I think it would have been helpful to have it be agendized so we could respond to some of the comments from the public. So just in future. And I think, to clarify, I'm so sorry, what's your name? I'm sorry, Kat's question. I'm wondering, I'm just repeating her question, what the audit process is, and have we gotten legal counsel on this? Because I just am still not clear. It's all new to me and I just don't quite understand. So do you mind just more fully explaining to us what is the audit process, and are we sure that we're not?
Ms. Caffrey,
Yeah.
this is more just about board comments
Okay,
and
well-
correspondence, but
well,
can
because
we
I-
request more information?
Yeah, I think that would be
About the
helpful,
audit
because
process?
I know I can't respond to most comments, but I still have that question as well, which she brought up. So my board comment, so basically I just want to say thank you to everyone who's emailed me, who has reached out, and helped inform me on a lot of intricacies on issues that come before the board, and also who correct me when I speak without sufficient knowledge. So I'm going to thank you for that. I really think of our community and in our district, there's just so much expertise. And Trustee Beal, she's going to be talking about our advisory committees that we're bringing to the board later in the meeting. So as part of that, I want to have even more communication. And next year, I think I can, we can start things like town halls, but just as a start, I'd like to have a coffee with Celeste and anyone else who would like to join me. I know it can only be two of us, but because of the Brown Act, I have to bring it up here. A coffee with Celeste on May 4th, where I'd like to just listen and learn from you, hear what is important to you, and the location is TBD. I'll figure it out this week, hopefully in consultation with the district. So some coffee, some chatting, getting to know you a bit, and yeah, that's my board comment.
Thank you. Mr. Banning?
Just a couple of things real quick. I want to say thanks to the poets that were here. That was wonderful to see that and hear the depth of expression from these kids. Very nicely done. And also my appreciation to staff for arranging again to recognize the longevity in the district with employees from 25 years on up. I was trying to keep track, but I couldn't. I can't imagine if you added up all of those years, how many it was represented by the people that stood up there. And, as a former HR administrator, I can tell you how important it is to have longevity. To have longevity in one's career is one thing, but to have longevity in one's career in one's in one place in a district like this speaks very highly for those people and their dedication to the work they're doing. And despite the fact that we're in different places, our difficult conversations around budget and RIFs and those kind of things, two things can be true. We can be struggling to figure out the right answers and the best answers, and we can hear different ideas from different places, and we can listen and provide the counsel that we can as a school board. And we can hear how frustrating and hurtful it can be for employees. But at the same time, it can be true that we really appreciate the employees that we have, whether they're here for 1 year and they're worried about whether there's going to be a place, or whether they're here for 35. It's possible for two things to be true. And tonight, it's a difficult time for everybody that is working toward this, and it will continue to be until the final budget is set, and it will continue to be after if there are gaps and changes that we need to work at correcting or healing. So that was what I wanted to say. Wow about our great longevity. I'd also like to share that earlier this week I attended a bicycle safety class at Roosevelt School, and saw the PE teachers, after having been trained by, I think it's Santa Barbara Move that puts that program together, and watched the fun as a third grade class was riding around a pretty complex place where they had to stop and signal for turns and yield for pedestrians. And some of the kids that were just learning to ride were off in a different place doing some of the easier things. And it was really great to see that. And I appreciate the support we get from Santa Barbara Move on that. And also had a great opportunity to chat with a couple of teachers that I had read for on Read with Roosevelt Day, and left some books behind, and a great opportunity to speak with Valerie Galindo, the teacher there. And I learned this fascinating fact that there's a picture on, she has a picture in a book that shows her great grandmother, who was a PTA president, who was at the school with two little children standing by her. One of those little children was Valerie's grandmother. And so she found, she didn't know this when she became principal at the school, until she started to dig into it and found that she has a picture now in this memory book that is her great-great-grandmother or great-grandmother is a PTA president with kids, and her as the principal with her two kids right next to it, almost taken 100 years apart. And so it was a great visit, and just reflective of the incredible things that are going on all over the school district. And I hope to be able to share more and more of those things as I get a chance to see some of them firsthand at other schools. So thank you for those opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Banning. Ms. Munoz, do you have any correspondence or board report?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Banning. You beat me to it. I also want to congratulate the talented students that read their poems to us. And, congratulating them on learning, self-expression and coming up to the podium and speaking in public and such. Congratulations to our employees who have given so many years of service to our students and our community. I'm very appreciative for that. I was away the last board meeting. I was not able to attend. I had the privilege of going to visit Japan, where I'm here to tell you that folks are pedaling bikes all over Japan. I ended up taking pictures that I hope to share some of my stories about then. I saw, bicycles and I think we went to 5 different cities, and there were bicycles everywhere. The most inspiring person was a woman who had to be at least in her early 80s, who was pedaling along with her groceries in the back basket of her bicycle, just pedaling across, and it couldn't even, 20-year-old couldn't even keep up with her and such. And so we are, as Mr. Banning said, we are going through some difficult times. We want to keep the importance of our students and our community at the foremost. Certainly wanting to support the staff that are that have received RIF notices, and the staff that are going to be, affected by them, either because of their coworkers or themselves. But we will give priority to them and try to handle this as best as possible. So I, appreciate everyone, and appreciate the time to be able to give a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is brief, but I just wanted to congratulate the poets. Reading through the poetry was a fun surprise for today. and wanted to congratulate all of our employees for 25, 30, and 35 years of service. I don't even want to tell you how old I was 35 years ago. I was very, very young. But it's just such a testament to their dedication to our students and to the education that we provide, and just so grateful for each and every one of them and for all of our employees. I also want to, in the last couple of weeks, I attended 2 events. I attended the AHA Sing It Out, which if you've ever attended, it is a wonderful performance where students all across our school district get up on stage and do a solo performance, and it is one of the best events that I look forward to going to each year. You see the confidence in themselves, and you can see their performance, that how much work they've put into it. And I also appreciate how much the audience contributes to making it that moment for that student after all that hard work that they put into it. I also got to attend, as Miss DeWitt did, the Freedom for Youth event, in which it's their annual event where they talk about the work that they have done, and they honor someone who has contributed to kind of the space that they work in, which they work with systems impacted youth who may have been incarcerated themselves or have been involved in the system. And it is always something that I try to go to. It's one of the organizations that I absolutely love that we partner with. And getting to hear the story of these kids, and who some of them are now adults. One such person that we got to hear from on Friday was a formerly incarcerated youth at Los Prietos Boys Camp, and ended up just recently getting into a med school program, and talking about his journey and the things that he had to overcome, but also the important people and the trusted adults that they had in their lives, because we had a couple of speakers. And that goes back to kind of what we talk about in a lot of our conversations here in the boardroom, is making sure that our students have trusted adults on their campuses, in their lives, more than one, because for many of them, they can point to that one person. And in many of their stories, it was one person who connected them with other resources, or at least went up to them and said that you have self-worth. And I think that's really, really important. And I love that organization. And so I would encourage fellow board members and anybody out there to really try to attend a Freedom for Youth or AHA event. They're doing really good work, and they're good partners. And the next thing is, thank you for the RIF update, Dr. Becchio. And I'm hoping that we can continue the conversation as we get more information, that we're communicating. Thank you for reaching out personally to each and every one of the employees. I think that's an important step. And yeah, the next piece is, we heard about, I think it was Tanya Mark who spoke about the Pride Month resolution. I can assure you that it is something that we are bringing forward, and it's on the May 27th. Mm-hmm. So May 27th, and it is my hope that it is a joint resolution with our union partners. So that will be coming. And that is my board report. So with that, we will go to E1, acceptance of donations for April 22nd, 2025.
I move to approve the donations for April 22nd, 2025 with gratitude.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand, Ms. Munoz. It's unanimous. Next, we have F, the consent agenda. Are there any items that folks would like to pull? I'm not seeing any. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That is unanimous. And that takes us to our action agenda. G1, approval of second amendment to the Tatum purchase and sale agreement. Dr. Maldonado.
Yes, board members, as you know, we've been talking about the sale of Tatum. The buyer has requested an additional 2 weeks to execute the necessary documents in order to close escrow. You notice the documents in your board docs. The updated closing date would be May 8th. The second amendment to the purchase and sale agreement authorizes the extension on the closing date.
Any questions for Dr. Maldonado? Not hearing any. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the second amendment to the Tatum purchase and sale agreement.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. Any questions or discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's unanimous. And G2, approval of option to convey and ground lease agreement. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you for the extension. Next, once we execute this contract, part of the goal is to construct affordable housing for district staff in pursuant to the purchase and sale agreement entered into by the district with Red Tail. This option agreement outlines the terms and conditions by which the district will buy back the affordable portion of the Tatum property in exchange for a non-recourse promissory note to be paid solely from affordable rent revenues received by the district. Simultaneously to the district buyback of the affordable portion of the site, will be a lease back to the developer who will build and develop the property at no cost to the district.
And so I'm going to ask the question just to clarify, because when you say buy the property back, it's really at no actual money coming out of the general fund or anything that could be funding either positions or other services for our students or our staff.
That is correct. That is a facilities
It's more of a
comment.
legal.
It's
yeah.
a facilities and a legal term.
Yeah.
It's not a literal term of buyback. In fact, we're getting $17 million for the sale of this land, and we're getting 95 housing units for employees of the school district.
Thank you. Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the option to convey and ground lease agreement for the Tatum property.
I second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous. So now we are going to G3, approval of resolution 2024/25-25, recognizing certificated classified management and other education professionals of Santa Barbara Unified School District. Dr. Becchio.
Thank you, Board President Escobedo, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. This action item is a way for the district to commit to the different dates that are put inside the resolution. As you know, May is the employee appreciation month, and within that month there are several dates and weeks that are marked as appreciation for certain types of employees, employees who hold certain positions. And this resolution is an outline of that and a commitment on our district's part to those recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio. As customary, board members, we ask that we read the resolution. You have it in front of you with your names assigned to each line.
And I will start. Whereas certificated classified management and other education professionals provide valuable services to the students of the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas certificated classified management and other education professionals contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive and productive instructional environment, and
Whereas certificated classified management and other education professionals serve a vital role in providing for the welfare, safety, and educational needs of Santa Barbara Unified School District students, and
Whereas certificated classified management and other education professionals employed by the Santa Barbara Unified School District strive for excellence in all areas relative to the educational community, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 1st, 2025 as School Principals Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
whereas the Board of Education declares May 2nd, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, recognizing the difference school nutrition professionals make for every child by preparing healthy meals for students, adhering to strict nutrition standards, navigating student food allergies, and offering service with a smile, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares the week of May 5th to the 9th, 2025 as National Teacher Appreciation Week in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 6, 2025 as National Teacher Appreciation Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 7, 2025 as National School Nurse Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 14th, 2025 as California Day of the Teacher in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Day of the Teacher arose out of legislation co-sponsored by the California Teachers Association and the Association of Mexican American Educators. Senator Joseph Montoya wrote the bill, and it was adopted in 1982. California has patterned its celebration after the traditional El Dia del Maestro festivities observed in Mexico and other Latin American countries, and
whereas the Board of Education declares May 18th, 2025 as National Speech Pathologist Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. In 2010, the United States dedicated May 18th as National Speech Pathologist Day, and
whereas the Board of Education declares the week of May 18th to 24th, 2025 as Classified School Employee Week in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
therefore be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contribution of the certificated classified management and other education professionals to quality education in the state of California and in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Adopted, signed, and approved by the Board of Education of the Santa Barbara Unified School District on the 22nd day of April 2025 by the following vote.
And so we'll bring it back to the board. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve the resolution recognizing certificated classified management and other educational professionals of the Santa Barbara Unified School District.
I second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's unanimous. And now we will go to G4, approval of the Santa Barbara Unified School District's 5-year facilities master plan. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Escobedo, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. I'm here tonight to present the draft of our facilities, 5-year facilities master plan for your approval. We also distributed the, paper copies of the master plan draft for your attention. And, this is a very exciting opportunity for us in facilities department and for the district, because the last time we had a facilities master plan was in 2007. So that was very long time ago. So that was the approved plan by the board in 2007. After that, there was an attempt made by the district to do another facilities master plan in the year of 2013 with the LPA/Teleco company. There were architects/engineers who helped out. At the time, they were also contracted with the district to help with the bond program. So they also assisted in creating this 2013-2015 master plan. So they worked extensively with the district personnel and with the community and came up with a draft that recommended projects in the amount of $848 million. In that master plan, unfortunately, or I guess, reasonably, did not get approved because of the huge amount that was attached to all the projects that they have recommended. And since then, the district has passed bond measures in 2016. We did not have a master plan by which to, spend, but it was, the decisions were made based on our necessity anyway. From the facilities department, we've always recommended what was needed. And we've replaced the portable replacement at the time was at the forefront of everyone's mind. So most of the funds went to you have the list of completed projects. You will see what was accomplished with those bond funds. And now the time came for us to do a new plan. And what exactly is the facilities master plan? There are practical purposes for it, and there are educational purposes for it. And the plan aligns with the LCAP goals, as you can see there. The practical purposes being that we have to have one in order to continue our participation in the state school facilities program. It's very important because we have received since the bond passage, 2016, we have calculated we have received over $40 million in state matching funds. In order to continue that program, we have to have a board-approved facilities master plan. In addition, another purpose is to allocate the remaining Measure I and Measure J bond funds in such a way as to invest in our most important projects, Priority 1 projects that are, safety related and school systems related, so building systems related, in order to make sure that schools continue operating normally and the classrooms do not close and it's safe and we're in compliance. So those are our Priority 1 projects. And we need to allocate the remaining funds to that purpose. In the future, if we were to go to get more bond funds, we would need a facilities master plan as per the Proposition 2 and the Assembly Bill 247 that were passed in last November. Okay, how did this all come about, though, that this facilities master plan draft? We started working on this since 2023. We did a facilities condition analysis with our internal staff, which was a big achievement for the entire team. I spoke about it just a little bit last time when it came up at the last meeting, but now I want just give you a little more color on what was done. So in 2023, we actually had a consultant quote for $771,000 to help us do computerized assessment of our facilities and come up with recommendations on which building systems to fix first, so prioritize our projects. Upon discussions in the district with our executives at the time, we decided that this was not a good use of our funds because we have expertise in-house and we had enough staff and our team was able to do it ourselves. And we went that route and it was highly rewarding. Not only rewarding in the sense that we saved some money for the district, but also it was for team building and for everyone to have this vested interest in what the district is doing and understanding. The entire team was excited about it after they've learned what we were doing and why. So it was very important for that purpose as well. So we completed that in 23. We had to, because everything that we do in facilities management is a living document, really. We have to constantly reassess. And in 2024, we continued assessing our facilities and changing our priorities. Some of the projects that were recommended in 2023 were completed, smaller projects. And in 24, we added additional projects to that plan. And that was the foundation of our facilities master plan that you're seeing today. So this is one of the foundations. So that's like a big building block, but there are way more building blocks that I'm going to talk about in the next slides. So we evaluated 2.4 million square foot of space, identified overdue deferred maintenance items. We set priorities for critical fixes, and we also created we checked the buildings in all of these categories. If you look at this slide, you will see that we have checked it in MEP, which is mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, as well as building envelope assessment, which is walls, doors, windows, and roofs. Upon the completion of the, this was highly analytical process in this assessment, and we came up with prioritized list of projects, and priorities 1s and 2s. Priorities 1s need to happen really starting after the approval of the master plan, and priorities 2 have potential critical issues arising within the next 2 years. Priorities 3s and 4s are for a long-term consideration. So what exactly is the facilities master plan? It's a strategic document. It's a roadmap that aligns our contributions and aligns our decisions with what's important for the students and with the district priorities. So it aligns with district educational goals, enrollment projections, and community needs, and provides clear framework for prioritizing, in addition to what we've already accomplished in the previous 2 years. Also, of course, there's a practical purpose, which is very important for long-term facilities health, to get additional funding in the future. How did we do this? This is very important because we had many partner engagement meetings. Now, you will see some numbers on this slide. You will see 130 people. Those are only the people that we have made face-to-face. The community that was involved in providing feedback to us as to what's important to them was way more people than this, because I'll explain how and why. Prior to meeting with people on school sites, we actually distributed our materials beforehand, way beforehand, and the school principals were able to distribute to their larger communities, including to all the parents, and to foundations, and to donors, and anybody who is, part of the school community, teachers, of course. They received feedback from people that never came to the meetings in person, but we received their feedback. In fact, there were many schools that provided us, even before our meetings, with their priority lists, which was very refreshing for us because it showed the big participation that we really needed in order to get that feedback and get that input from as many people as possible. So we gathered the feedback, we ensured recommendations are all recorded. Everything that was recorded by everyone is part of our draft plan. You will see that. Many projects that were recommended by the communities are in the same category as our project recommendations, so that was also very nice to see, because that just shows what's important for communities, and they are the first ones to be present in the facilities and to tell us what they would like to have in the future planning. So it was great to get that feedback and have it aligned with ours in many cases. And of course, some of the trends emerged. What emerged is a lot of schools, many schools, almost all of the schools, requested HVAC and air conditioning improvements, of course. There were many security upgrades questions, and sometimes people are confused about what is safety and what is security. So I wanted to put a little bit of clarification on that. For security upgrades, for example, for many cameras, like extra cameras or additional fencing, or maybe, additional locks, anything like that, which is a security upgrade. It's always great to have. Those are called enhancements. But not all of the security enhancements are priority 1 projects. A lot of them are even wish lists. So, but we did record them. We have them at different priorities. There were many schools who wanted additional fencing. Some schools wanted full fencing all around them, especially some of the high schools that don't have it and are in more of a affected areas, let's put it that way. So we recorded those requests and put them in at the priority that the schools requested. So those priorities that you see on the security enhancement projects are the priorities of our schools' recommendations. Our priorities for safety are always number 1, because safety is very important, and if we coded it safety, that means it's a priority 1 project. So I've actually gone through all the security projects, and I have a list of them. There's only a few that didn't make it to priority 1, only because they're requests for extra cameras and additional fencing. Some of the schools also requested a electronic intercoms with cameras, just kind of, like what we have here at the front desk here. And of course, that's a great project to have, and we would love to have that, but we cannot prioritize it at number one at each school. Of course, playground surfaces, they came up in many, many elementary schools, all of them almost, except the ones that we've already completed. Now with playgrounds, that's a constant maintenance issue, and we do a lot of work with maintenance team on how to maintain playgrounds in great condition. What we have noticed in some of the schools, and of course that we were aware of that for years now, but in 2023, during the condition assessment, and of course that was also a collaborative process with schools, we came up with a large list of playgrounds that needed to be resurfaced. And that would be site work and playgrounds, resurface. In some cases we needed, and the schools requested, new structures, safer structures, or ADA compliant structures. So, playground structures for special education. And we're looking into all that. That's extremely important for our future planning. Restroom additions, again, those came up because we have some buildings that are, most of our buildings are not built in this century, or many additions, of course, that are built in this century are, have a different building codes attached to them and a different number of restrooms that are required per number of population. But some older buildings, they do not have that adequate restroom availability. So we received some of the requests for extra restrooms. Athletic facilities are extremely important as well. So with athletic improvements, some of these schools received more funds last time than others. And the athletic improvements are absolutely necessary in a lot in the high schools, and different schools have different needs, of course. But for example, in San Marcos, athletic improvements are extremely important, and in Dos Pueblos, they need a press box. In San Marcos, they need new track. They need new not only track but also ADA access. They need new lighting. They need new turf. So all of these are very expensive projects, and they're going to be, phased out and planned. So this is our current budget. As you can see, the slide speaks for itself, what's available. The one comment I would like to make on between Measure I and Measure J, we also need to spend close to $8 million on armory improvements. So it's like 7.8, right around that amount. So that is also built in here. Okay, what are the next steps? So we have isolated this list for schools with priority 1 and 2 projects. And of course, we have to review priority 1 projects first. We have to develop these projects. By developing a project means to have, in some cases, have architectural engineering services and develop proper costs. So we do have costs associated from our experience, and we know they're very good, estimates. However, we need real estimates with inflation and potential tariff impacts on the materials and services too, indirectly. We may end up with completely different numbers than what we have predicted so far. So, and we also have projects that we have invested money in already, and mostly in soft costs like architectural engineering services. Those are projects that are already slated to go forward because they were prioritized at the time, like roofing projects or windows projects. That does not include the safety project for window curtains. That's an absolute priority, and that's moving forward. But these projects are for the more of a modernization type, and they will need to move forward also on priority basis because we've already invested money in those. And you have a list of those in your handouts. Okay, I wanted to add a very important point, and maybe I should go to the next slide for that. For the review, annual review, it's not just annual review. I wanted to emphasize that our facilities master plan is a living document. Now, what does that mean exactly? It means that we will continue to develop feedback from the community, from the school principals, from the teachers, because like I mentioned before, in facilities management, it's always a living situation. You can have a change in momentarily, and there may be an emergency, and you may have to reprioritize your projects based on that emergency. And we had one last year at the Santa Barbara High School with serious flooding in the 70s building. We did receive SISC funds back from that, but we had to invest the funds first and repair the building, and that took several months. That was in the 70s building. At the same time, we started a different project in that building for HVAC improvements. So sometimes these things happen in facilities management. There is a little bit of unpredictability in that. But this is why this master plan is so important, because it gives us the roadmap and more predictability and more certainty as to what we have to do first. However, that said, the reviews that will be coming in, the board can review it. I can do a report every year on this master plan, or twice a year, to update the board as to what we're doing and where we're at as far as our projects and development of the plan. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment for this item? No public comment, so we'll turn it to the board for any questions. Ms. Caffrey.
Thank you. I mean, it looks like a tremendous amount of work was put into this plan, so thank you. 40 people participated. And
yes.
My first question is do we have enrollment projections for every school for the next 5 years?
I'm not sure about the next 5 years, but we've looked at enrollment projections right now, and this is why we're not proposing any new construction. So that's the reason why there is no new construction. No, I mean, there's new construction as far as the terminology goes, but no new buildings. So we will not be constructing new buildings because currently the enrollment projections are a bit down. I am not sure where they'll end up, but this is why the facilities master plan is a living document. This is where things can change on the educational side, enrollment side, and the programming side. Depends on what programs we're going to do. Like right now we have 2 dance studios. One of them we're trying to build, but do we need 2 dance studios in the future? So there's always that uncertainty that comes in later where you have to change your space use and make a decision about that. So that's how we're aligning with student services and educational services.
My other question is, our previous estimate was $848 million, and I understand we did not have the budget to address or to adopt that master plan. What are the differences between this plan and that plan? I mean, because we have around $43 million left in our budget. What was being proposed that cost so much?
So at the time, what was being proposed are all kinds of improvements, because the improvements that were proposed are for all the libraries and all the exteriors. Now, exterior paint, for example, exterior paint for campus is a multi-million-dollar project sometimes, depending on the size of the campus. So when the proposal is to have exterior paint for all district, for all campuses. Imagine how many buildings that is. That adds to that multi-million-dollar budget. In addition, in that plan that did not get approved, we had science labs in many other schools, many junior high schools, and those science labs did not go forward. We also had improvements to common spaces. A lot of kitchens, of course, and some of them did get it improved, but not all of them. And we're working on that now, actually, to improve our kitchens. So that did not go forward. The libraries did not go forward, and there was a lot of wish list projects there from participants. And it's not hard to add up to $1 billion in projects when you work in facilities. If you just add everything that you would like to do, which I would love to paint all the campuses. But can I do that? No, because there is no funding for it. So this is why we have to be frugal in how we move forward with our existing projects and priority ones.
So, if I understand correctly, we have gotten all the money from our measures I and J. We've sold all our bonds, and this is what we have in the pot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then additionally, we get developer fees, and then we get some state funding, and then we might get specific grants for specific projects, but
Right.
that is very project specific. So this is a great detailed master plan. I really appreciate it. And you answered the safety versus security question, so I really appreciate that because I didn't quite understand that. Do we have kind of a number if we were to do all of our priority 1, priority 2, what, we have 5 priorities or 4?
We have 4 priorities,
Okay,
yes.
what would the cost of, if we
So-
just looked at what we were going to do based upon those priorities?
So priority 1s and 2s, I actually have my reference lists here. So I have a list of priority 1s and 2s. Right now, they add up to approximately $20 million.
Okay.
So together. So we have that in a pot, so to speak.
Okay.
So developer fees, of course, is a revenue account. In addition, we continue getting state matching funds. Now, this is why it's so important to have a board-approved facilities master plan to continue doing that. So that's a revenue that will come in. We have existing bond funds for priorities 1 and 2. However, what's going to happen later? So there's that uncertainty. Are we going to go to get more bond funds? So, that's where the uncertainty comes in for priority 3 and 4 projects.
So this strikes me as a fix-it list. So I think the big, question that's out there is the armory. And is that something that is planned, that is going to be part of a plan?
So it's the money for armory is part of that plan as well.
Let me elaborate. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Farina, for this work. So when I arrived, the district had set aside $8 million for the development of the armory, but also paid $11 million to purchase it out of the bond money. The sale of Tatum has been earmarked as money that we can use to add to the $8 million that's already being held for the armory. And so the first thing we want to do is conduct a feasibility study to tell us what would it cost, what should it be. There's been conversations in the both bond oversight committee and in our housing committee about the possibility of turning it into a multi-use facility that could be both for career tech education plus employee housing. So the feasibility study that we will be conducting a request for proposal so that somebody could conduct the feasibility study will provide the board with recommendations as to how we can and should proceed with the set-aside money that we currently have. We recommend that we wait for the feasibility study to make any further decisions, but at this time, the $8 million has been earmarked in the savings, and the sale of Tatum, when that money comes in, together would be $25 million. $25 million set aside for the development of the armory, as was intended by the then bond that was passed and the language that was used in the bond that was passed in 2016.
2016.
So,
Thank you.
we do have one public commenter, so I want to pause. Not there? Okay. We can continue with questions. Mr. Banning, did you have any? Ms. Munoz, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to make sure I was writing down the amounts of I think Hilda said there would be a total of 25 million.
That's correct.
And was it 8 million that are set aside and then the 17 million?
The 17 million, it would be from the Tatum sale, the land sale we just approved the extension to.
Thank you. That's all.
I have Miss Caffrey, actually, you go. Okay. Question, and I'm not sure who knows. It might be Ms. Hernandez because it's about the bonds. When do our bonds end? When are they done?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know the exact date. They're usually, 10, 20 years out to pay them all off. So I'll get that date for you.
Okay, thank you. But I think it's fair to say we're coming to the end, towards the end of the bonds.
We're coming towards the end of the actual money that's left on the bonds. Yes.
Okay, thank you. What other questions? Oh, for the sale of Tatum, because I anticipate that this might come up. The money from Tatum can't be used like general use funds. Is that correct? It's restricted to, I think, facilities and other categories, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That is my last question. Comments?
So,
Thank you.
So Marina, she mentioned uncertainty for the facilities team and that they don't really have guidance on what we're going to be using our facilities for in the future. So reading up on master facilities plans, it seems like they're visionary documents. So basically they say where we are today and where we want to be typically in 10 years. And so I think we need to pause on this master facilities plan and basically look very carefully, because we've already had a large enrollment drop, and based on the budget meeting that I had with Dr. Maldonado, it seems like we're going to have declining enrollment in the next few years. So basically what we need to do is, just like our budget is aligned with our strategy, right? That's where we want to be, where we know what do we want to achieve for students. Similarly, our facilities need to support our programs. So when you look at sample master facilities plans on the National Center on School Infrastructure, they have lots of samples of best practices for master facilities plans, and they tend to have enrollment and capacity for every single school, because which of our schools are going to be larger? What programs do we want? What programs do we envision there? Which schools are declining? Do we need to co-locate schools? If we want to offer arts and music plans in our junior highs, how do we think about where our students are coming from? So basically, these facilities plans include demographers as well, to look at where are students coming from, where are they going to go to school, and then what do we envision as a district each of our schools will be like in 10 years. So I think that the master facilities plan, and basically, again, this National Center on School Infrastructure actually recommends having 5 facilities plans. So an educational facilities master plan, an educational specifications plan, capital improvement plan, K through 12 safety and emergency plan, a school facilities maintenance plan. I'm sorry, I got too many, but energy and environmental management plan. So I think we need to think much more broadly about our facilities plan, and our facilities team has done a stupendous job laying the groundwork, but I think as a board, it is our responsibility. We are making decisions about our buildings that will impact future generations, and we are stewards of our facilities. So I think we need to have, as part of our visioning conversation, our facilities plan is right there with it. We need to know what each of our schools is going to be looking like in 10 years, and then think about how we allocate our resources, because we have very limited resources. Every dollar counts, and we have to really plan. And I think that mitigates a lot of the uncertainty our facilities team is facing. If we knew what we want to offer for our kids, then we can give them much better guidance, and they don't have to yeah, so that's my opinion. I think we need, oh, I'm so sorry, one more comment, but a steering committee is typical, having a steering committee of the facility plan to help manage all these pieces.
Dr. Beal?
I agree with the idea of having a very intentional facilities plan. I do see that in this facilities plan are needed repairs. There are priority 1, priority 2 repairs, including fixing leaking roofs and stuff like that. So I understand your point. I do think that that is a different way of looking at facilities plans. So how do we, after we've done all this work to identify things that are actually critical for some of our schools to have upgraded right away, how do we make that decision to do those repairs and those fixes and maybe say, okay, these things we can think about. Like there's some things I think that are priority 4 that are, you know, more like what would we like to have. And again, if it's a school where enrollment may change, I don't know, I didn't look at it closely for the number 4 priorities. Maybe we delay that. So I guess the question is, are we voting to agree to do everything in the plan? What are we voting for tonight?
I think I'm going to lean on Dr. Maldonado if I get this wrong. I think what this is these are the facility needs that we have at each school site, and they're prioritized. There is, in my estimation, no way that we're going to do every single one of these projects. But the first part of when you're taking care of maintenance for buildings is identifying what are the needs. And so that's what this is. And I'm going to look around and make sure that I'm on point. And so what I envision is, I agree with you, is we have a lot of 1s and 2s on here, which are immediate needs. And those are the things that the longer we wait, and typically we get put in these positions because of deferred maintenance, it becomes more expensive and it becomes a much more complicated thing to address in the future. The other complication right now, and I can tell you from personal experience, is that the current federal policy is really affecting the prices that we're getting out there when we do our RFPs, and we're getting materials and we're getting contractors. Particularly for the Central Coast and Santa Barbara in particular, it's already hard enough to get a contractor. So the longer that we wait on these things, not to mention the opportunity cost of losing on state funding, this is, in my opinion, I look at this plan and there's nothing in here that's irresponsible. I think that a tremendous amount of work went into this. I think I agree that there's a lot of the immediate needs, but the point that I think Dr. Beal and Ms. Caffrey are hitting on are the longer term visions, and that's a lot of those 4s is when I look through these 4s, many of them are needed, yes, but those are the projects that you need to plan for and figure out funding for. So when I asked Ms. Hernandez about the bond in particular, I think we need to start thinking about going out for another bond once we get close to spending all of these funds, which when you look at this project list is quite easy to do. Ms. Caffrey.
So I think I totally agree about maintenance plans, but a facilities master plan I think is very different. And so to me, I would approve a maintenance plan with this type of information. I think we can bring it back as a maintenance plan and perhaps look at best practices for maintenance plans. But if you look at the facilities master plan, and I would love as a board, there's a rubric to evaluate the facilities master plan. And I think it is super important. $40 million is a ton of money. And I don't want to, we haven't had a facilities master plan since 2007, so I don't think it matters that much to wait 1 year and do it properly. Or not properly, but aligned with a long-term goal for the district. Where do we want to be in 10 years? And what do we want our buildings to look like? And that is a board-level decision with a ton of community input. So, for example, we hear a lot about our junior highs not having sufficient enrollment to be able to offer enough electives. So it seems like districts that do that have a board-directed master plan with a steering committee appointed by the board, they figure out creative solutions for things like, I just have heard so much public comment, as a board member and prior to watching the board meetings, about the problems we have based on declining enrollment at certain schools. And so the facilities master plan is actually a place where you address these problems. So I think we should bring this back as a maintenance plan and look at the best practices from the educational facilities master planning website from the National Center on School Infrastructure. And the video actually on facilities master plan was explained by a California-based person. So this is true of California as well. So I think we need to think longer term about our facilities, and then also think about what maintenance do we need to do today to ensure safety for our students. So I think those are two different questions.
Other comments?
I appreciate the visionary approach that you're taking to master planning. I also see this as when you compare this to the document of 2007, it was probably 3 of these binders thick, and didn't get approved. But what this, I do see that what this plan is a 5-year plan. It's about the things that are the most critical things that we need. It's about determining what to do with current budget that we're dealing with. And I don't really see a benefit in bringing it back with a different name and changing the title. It was presented to us as a living document, something that will have annual reviews and give us an opportunity to make changes as it goes, perhaps embedded into some larger strategic vision. Because I do understand what you're saying. What money do we put into schools, and what are we going to be doing with those facilities 10 years from now? What kinds of programs are going to be offered? Is there a possibility that they're going to not be used as a school, and are they going to be used as something else? The truth is, most of what's in here is not directly connected to having to be done to allow it to be the continuation of the school. It's something that is about maintaining and safety and that kind of thing. So your term of maintenance plan, I think, is really important. But I kind of see this as more of what this really is. If you're looking at the 1s and 2s in here, there's no intent or belief that this thing goes much beyond that in 5 years, I don't think. So why would we delay in approving something that's been put together with a lot of support for that most urgent need of maintaining our buildings? And I say that without trying to say we don't need what you're talking about. I just kind of see they're two different things, and maybe we're getting caught up in the semantics of what this is called as opposed to how it might be embedded into a larger strategic vision over time.
Dr. Beal.
I kind of agree with maybe having the right sort of terminology, but not necessarily like delaying things. I mean, when I'm looking through this, because this is my error to not really pay really close attention to the 4s, there's the request from the site, and there's a very cute request to add a track and field to Roosevelt. And so unless we're going underground, I'm not quite sure how we're going to do that with that school. But that's a student request, and so I'm thinking that these are just this historical documentation of what the schools have requested. FCA priority 4 for McKinley is to demolish 11 portables and build 6 to 8 classrooms. So that would speak more to what Board Member Caffrey is saying, that this is something it's for. So we're not, I think, really making it clear what we're actually going to do here for sure, and what's not. It does seem to be mostly repairs and improvements, so I feel pretty comfortable with pretty much probably 98% of what's on here is needing to be done. For the FCA list, I'm a little less clear about the list provided by the sites. That seems more of a wish list. So again, I'd like to approve moving forward with repairs. What is the best way to move forward this way?
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, thank you, President Escobedo. I see the value of moving forward with the needs that are listed here. at this time for us to consider approving. They are priorities, just, I have had both public comment and emails from parents about the conditions of the classrooms and such. So when I see, HVAC and air conditioning improvements, restroom additions, and so forth in terms of priority ones, I think that, well, I know personally just from being on the board that even waiting 1 year will increase our costs substantially. And in terms of being able to obtain the materials that are needed for these projects. So even though I do realize, as board member Caffrey said, that things will change, I think in terms of the 5-year plan, there was a lot of much input into this, as Ms. Veridian has informed us about. So I am in support of approving this master plan.
Ms. Caffrey.
So I think I just want to go back to our enrollment, and I'd like to understand if we're losing 5% kids next year and the following year and the following year, which I think was what, in our budget meeting, it was around 4%. What did the county say in terms of our enrollment for the next 3 years? I think it was around 4% a year. Is that correct? Okay. So basically, the fact that we don't know our enrollment for the next 3 years, I think is really important, because especially where are we losing enrollment? Is it in elementary schools? Because if we lose that many kids, what we're talking about is a much smaller population of elementary schools. So even my point is, I think we really need to plan now for the future, and that is how you save money in the long run. So because if we have many fewer kids in elementary schools, that means we need fewer elementary schools, but we will have sunk money into multiple schools. Do you see what I mean? So basically, when you look at master plan examples, enrollment is one of the first things that a master plan includes. So I think at least we need to bring this report back with good enrollment data for every single school projected for the next 5 years, because that will give us a much clearer picture. Like if DP is continuing to grow, but we're only repairing a small amount, or if San Marcos High School, or, if certain schools are growing, we need to invest more money, or we need to think about how do we spread our kids around the school. So I think we just need a much broader view of our facilities plan, and I 100% agree with maintenance. So what I would want is to have a really specific maintenance plan of what are the must-haves for this year. And in that year, we have a steering committee that includes architects and contractors, and community members, and we really think creatively about what our district's going to look like in 10 years instead of like the long view, because really when you're planning with buildings, we're talking about many decades.
Other comments? Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I do feel somewhat distanced because I wish I was there in person. However, as far as I am seeing for our H1, our report about new board committees, I'm not seeing where a facilities plan committee is on here. If I'm not understanding it, forgive me. As far as I know, we are also not looking at closing a school in the following year, unless I'm mistaken. Is that the case, Dr. Maldonado?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in 10 years. In
Ms.
10
Stafford,
years.
I have a question for Dr. Maldonado. Are we looking at closing a school in the next year?
We have not discussed, and I have not brought to the board this discussion to close schools for next year. If we were to even consider that, it would be in the 26-27 school year, as Board President Escobedo mentioned, it will take a year of planning to close the school.
So I would think,
Ms. Munoz, finish, please.
yeah, I would think that we could certainly integrate, the schools as the priority maintenance is made. The work that Ms. Meridian it described to us included, community input, both community input. Sorry, give me a minute here. I'm going to go back to the memo. Community input, facility knowledge of the facilities, and if you simply take a tour of our schools, you don't have to be a contractor. I have seen where there are facilities, that need to be corrected. And I just really am looking at, we're already almost at the end of the year here. And I do feel, that this is a very complete study. It gives the background of our schools, facilities. And if we do look forward, that's fine. If we look at a long-term facilities usage, repair and such. However, I also hesitate to be, committee heavy, so that I personally, as a board member, do not feel the need to duplicate the work that has been done, and to create a 10-year plan. If the majority of the board decides to do, to support that, I would certainly, go along with that. However, at this time, I feel like we're being presented with a very complete facilities master plan that is sound, and that I have had certainly in the last year or two had input in terms of, the basic priorities that are being stated here. And I feel comfortable with what's being proposed.
Ms. Caffrey.
I would ask that the board use an evaluation guide to evaluate the master plan. So on the National Center on School Infrastructure, they have an evaluation plan that allows you to look point by point at the key parts of a master plan. And so instead of going by gut or how we feel about the master plan, I think having a rubric might help us figure out, is this master plan complete? And also looking at other districts' master plans to see what information is included and how they are planning. We just went through an extremely, we're still in it, unpleasant budget cycle. And I think what we need to take away from this is forward planning and not anticipating. Basically, we need to anticipate. We can't perfectly predict the future, but I think we need to plan forward many years. And so my one request is, before adopting this master plan, that we go through an evaluation guide and rubric to evaluate it.
So I'm going to make a couple comments. One, I would I would encourage us to use very intentional language and cautious us from insinuating that either this plan was developed based on our gut, or that we haven't planned ahead in other areas. I think insinuating that we should be intentional with our language. Just on a cursory looking at Proposition 2, and the guidance from the State Controller's Office on what these facilities master plans should look like, and they use the term facilities master's plan. That's probably how it got termed what it was. It has all of these components. It talks about identifying and prioritizing different capital outlay projects. It talks about trying to assess funding. It talks about public outreach. It talks about a wide variety of components that are requirements if we're going to apply for state bond money. And if we delay this, that is what we could possibly miss out on is valuable money at a time when we need it to invest in our projects. And I hear your point, and I can see that you're ready to rebut, but give me a second, please. Is we can do both things. There's nothing in here that draws any red flags for me other than we have a lot of investment to do in our facilities. And we can do the long-term strategic planning that you're talking about. But to delay this, it is opportunity cost of losing out on state funds at a time when we need it most, and a document that has the input from site leadership about the projects that are important to them. Our staff went out there, evaluated these things, and the longer we wait, I can't overemphasize it enough, the more expensive it gets and the more difficult it is to actually repair these things, because what could be quote unquote, there are no quick fixes, but a quick fix then becomes a huge capital project. So I'm going to support this very soon here. I'm going to ask for a motion and a vote. Dr. Beal?
I'll make my final comment on this. I agree with Board Member Munoz that we have a lot of committees and we have a lot of work to do in terms of looking at our budget, at our outcomes, at our strategic planning, our technology. We are going to be very busy trying to figure out some really core things for the education side of our district. The money that we are going to spend on these projects is not part of the general fund. These are separate building funds, and when I look at these issues, summer is coming. We need to start working on some of these projects now. And so, there's something about replacing portables. That's not going to happen in a year. It's not even going to happen in 2 years. So I feel that we would have some time to adjust if there is going to be a school closure. If we have to say we can't do this, we can't do this. So I really feel for the priority 1 and 2, which would hopefully happen within the next year, that we could just move forward on that. So I would actually support this plan as it stands. And in the future, I would love to have a much more visionary plan. That's why I brought up the armory. We do need that. But that's maybe for another day, because honestly, there's a lot in front of us right now.
Ms. Caffrey?
So I understand what you mean about having many committees. On this one, I think it actually is important if you look at how school districts are thinking about their facilities, and it all is really connected. So although our general fund doesn't pay for our facilities maintenance, it costs a lot to run a school. And so basically when you are thinking about it, it's all interconnected. And that's why I think we really need to focus on our facilities and what are the programs we offer at each of our schools, and then think about our facilities together. So I just don't think that you can take them separately. And I think we could even have a board study session on this, because there's so much information on master plans that I think is worth delving into.
But the majority of these are repairs, and I really don't feel comfortable waiting on repairs for another 6 months or a year while we develop another plan. Honestly, that's my opinion on this.
So I go back to what I would take is the most important repairs. What we have been doing up to this point is doing repairs as we need them, correct? And my question is, are we going to lose state money this year if we don't approve a master plan? And also, I think it would be much easier to raise bond funds if we have a really clear and exciting vision for the future in terms of our facilities. So it's much easier to sell a bond if we have a really clear and compelling picture of the future.
It looks like the deadline for many of the applications and the requirements are like between October and December. And there's a variety of requirements. So yes. So I don't know if Dr. Maldonado.
Board members, so just listening to the conversation, I understand the tension that we're feeling here with working on bonds that were passed way before this board existed, way before I was here, way before many of us were here. And we get to live with decisions made by past boards. And then we get to forge a path that other boards will inherit at some point, and leaders. One of the things that we can, that I'm thinking to make a proposal to the board is to think about this as the do now, given the end of these bond monies. And what I can do with the request for proposals for the development of the Armory is ask to expand, because that hasn't been issued just yet, to ask to expand their feasibility to include some of the questions you're asking around the enrollment, the condition of the facilities, as part of what we would offer for the development of the Armory. The recommendations could be anywhere from sell that land, don't bother developing it. You're looking down population decline, to bring together, centralize some school services to the east side Armory area, to looking at enrollment projections and how do you modernize buildings when you don't know what the future looks like, any number of things. So a proposal I'd like to make is that to bridge the gap here with what I hear that are both things needed to happen, I can look at requesting in our proposal for the feasibility study to expand to some of the things you're wanting to do, but we really can't take the time to stop doing this while we figure that other piece out. It's just a proposal to maybe try to bridge that gap.
Thank you. Ms. Caffrey?
I guess my one request is that we have so many community partners with expertise in architecture and contracting, including parents. And I think that what I would ask is that we have a board study session on facilities plans, that we watch some of the videos, we look at how other districts are thinking about 10 years in the future, and then we think about our long-term plan as well as how we are maintaining our buildings now.
Any other last-minute comments before we entertain a motion?
So how do I propose the board study session on master facilities plans? Email you?
Sure, but I would have to hear from the majority of the board that that's something they're interested in.
So is that worth bringing up at our study session? I can bring it up at our study session.
On the 10th?
As something that we talk about more, because I think it is worth looking at what master facilities plans look like in other districts and how they help with financial management of our operating budget as well. So,
Dr. Beal?
So we're voting to approve this plan. Are you suggesting we postpone the approval and then?
Well, I think that it's clear that most people want to vote to approve it. So I'm just saying I would like a long-term plan as well.
So here, I'm going to make a motion. I am going to move to approve the Santa Barbara Unified 5-year facilities master plan. I'm also going to ask Dr. Maldonado to expand the RFP for the Armory to include an analysis of enrollment projections and also potential programming on the site. And I'm also going to add, I'm hoping, if I can take this out if possible, but also opening the conversation about what happens when these bond money ends and starting the conversation about a new bond at some point in the future. Because those things typically take years to plan, and it's a big campaign. So that's the motion that's on the table. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion or question?
Yeah,
Ms. Caffrey?
I think I would disagree with the components of the motion, and I think we should have further board discussion on what we envision in terms of a master facilities plan and bond spending in the future. So
I think the bond spending discussion would happen when we have, that part of the motion is to have the discussion about a potential bond in the future. And that's,
I'm sorry.
That's what would be a part of that conversation.
What I really would love is to have more information for the board on master plans. And so to bring this up so I would like that to be part of the motion.
I'm not going to amend my motion. So we have a first and a second on the motion on the table. Any other comments on this motion? Ms. Munoz?
No, none.
Okay. So with that, we'll do a vote. All in favor? Aye. All against? So it's 4-1. It passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will move to G5, approval of Second Amendment to the Chief Operations Officer Employment Agreement. Dr. Maldonado.
Board member, sorry? Go ahead. Oh, board members, this action extends the date of the employment agreement by 2 years from June 30, 2025 until June 30, 2027 for Mr. Vance as Chief Operating Officer. Of special note is in paragraph 4 of the agreement. We have made a change to the cost of living adjustment. That reads that now the CO shall be entitled to receive any cost of living adjustment granted to classified management staff during the term of the agreement, provided, however, that said adjustment shall not exceed 5%.
And we have 2 public comments.
Yes, Michelle Voigt and Todd Voigt.
Hi, good evening. I'm Michelle Voigt. Oh, boy, we are being told this district's in a financial situation, justifying RIF notices, reducing high school course requirements, and the creation of dismissal periods that push our students into idle off-campus time. Yet while classrooms are being dismantled, leadership contracts are being extended, and the top continues to grow untouched. Since Superintendent Maldonado took office, administration has increased by 30%, while student enrollment has dropped by 15%. That's not sustainable. It's not responsible governance. The COO position created during the pandemic has ballooned to nearly $270,000 in compensation. If we're cutting based on 3-year reserved projections, then this contract and others at the top must be evaluated through that same long-term lens. You cannot call it a crisis in the classroom and turn a blind eye to unchecked administrative growth. This is not shared sacrifice. As a board, you must ask yourself, has leadership stabilized classrooms, protected instructional programs, earn the trust of families, educators, and students? Because what we've seen is teachers pleading for their jobs, students staying at board meetings till 2:30 a.m. to support teachers and beg for the arts. And not one administrator receives a RIF. The message being sent is clear: reward the top, destabilize the classroom, and that's on you, the board. We need a course correction grounded in equity, transparency, and real accountability. Do not approve this contract extension. Start right-sizing this district tonight. That is your responsibility, and it's how you begin to restore public trust. Take the time and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Voigt.
Good evening. I'll be directing this to the board, not to the administrators. I do that because your approval, if you choose to do so tonight, of the employment agreement will yet again be a case of another administrator getting their payday. So tonight, for the CIO, if you approve it, it's a steak night. For the teachers, for the students, for the taxpayers, it's bread and water night. And that's on you all. An affirmative vote for you, for the COO, means you choose a clear dereliction of your duty to your constituents, students and taxpayers. You approve to pay administrators more while firing teachers and reducing services to students. It's a total failure of your role to protect your constituents while enriching administrators. 1,500 less students since 2019. 50 less teachers. We're hearing 4% per year less students going forward. Maybe closing a school in 2026. And yet keep on filling the pockets of the administrators. What's going on? It makes no sense. The district is loss-making, unprofitable, yet pay raises after pay raises after pay raises, and bringing on more administrators. 2021, this is the org chart. 19 administrators. 2024, 25. What's going on, people? I don't know how any of the board members, if you choose to extend this contract, will be able to look at voters, at teachers, at students in the eye for choosing again to enrich and fatten the administrators at the expense of students and teachers. Now, we all know that this is all public information. Soon these employment agreements will be out and we'll know exactly how, well, we'll know now how you vote, but we'll also know exactly what's in that. And again, that is going to be known by Santa Barbarans, and Santa Barbarans are watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it back to the board for any questions. Comments? Yeah. Ms. Stafford.
How many cabinet members do we have currently?
You can see here our cabinet, there's only one other person that's on a medical leave. That is the total of our cabinet.
Does anyone else have questions?
Any comments? Dr. Beal?
I do have a comment. I understand that there's so much distress about our finances and the consequences of RIFs and all that. This is an organization that does need leadership, and I will never ask that an employee leave that has a position that fulfills certain duties that are necessary and who does it well. So we can look at a number and we can say, let's cut that number out. But I think that's the argument that has been happening here. Are we just looking at numbers and not looking at people? So to suggest that we look at a number and not at a person, I think is basically saying the same thing you're asking us not to do. So I know that this is distressing. I know that the pay, the leadership, the management, keeping teachers, this is all a big discussion. But for me, it's about the person who does the position. If they do it well, I do not want to lose that person. I do fight for the teachers. I do fight for the arts and the music. And there are financial decisions that sometimes we have too many, and that's a difficult one. But once again, I say, if we're not looking at people, which is what you're asking us to do, then we're just not looking at people, and I'm not doing that.
Ms. Caffrey?
So I am 100%. So I think we need to look at the operations of our district. And I talked about administrative costs. I think in this case that our COO has been doing a competent job and that we need a strong cabinet. I do think going forward, we need to look very carefully at everything that I mentioned before. So we're bringing up this financial advisory committee, and I think we have seen increases in our costs. And I asked to look at them earlier, but in this case, I think we need to maintain Steve Vance as part of our cabinet.
Any other comments? I'll just state that since I've been on the board, we have already cut 2 cabinet level positions. It was
Go ahead. I'll go after you, Gabe.
Okay. I was just gonna say we've cut 2 cabinet level positions already. I have seen many times the 2 org charts that were mentioned, and one has far more descriptions of all of the positions that we have, which is that second one, and also includes quite a few teachers on special assignment in some of these positions, and includes like principals and a lot more detail than the first org chart. And when I think about the COO, thank you for listening while I talk. When I look at the COO, Steve Vance, you have done a great job. I listen to people talk about the LCAP process. I have seen you have really difficult conversations with folks and handle them with grace, even when the feedback that you're getting is sometimes tough, right? You have taken on multiple departments, and your hat has changed, and that's kind of the role that you signed up for. And it's something that I will be supporting this, and enthusiastically so. So, Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, President Escobedo. I also echo the comments of, Dr. Beal couldn't have said it better, and also President Escobedo. Mr. Vance has been very instrumental in terms of LCAP and that presentation to parents. I've been there with the EML, parents with DEMLAC. He got us through COVID during some very difficult times. Mr. Vance has also been very instrumental in terms of being available to explain to the board in terms of funding and the use of funds as appropriate, and to keep us within parameters, to get for the proper usage of funds, and also the knowledge about our charter schools. To me, Mr. Vance is the epitome of leadership and excellence, and I really see the value of him at this for the district. And so I certainly fully support, the renewal of his contract, and hope that he will continue with us.
Mr. Beatty.
I just want to say I concur with everybody that's made the comments here. It's a pleasure to work with Mr. Vance. As I look through the cabinet, I see some people like Dr. Becchio, who deals with a narrow scope of human resources, Kim Hernandez, who deals with a narrow scope of the finances and does excellent jobs. Kenya, our cabinet is full of incredibly talented and hardworking people. One of the things that you see with Steve Vance and with the COO that's a unique position is that the flexibility for him to do what needs to be done at any time, and he's done that. He's stepped into arenas that are hard to believe that one person has moved through all of these places and helped bring this team together. This is a man who brought an incredible resume and experience, and is a strong part of the leadership team for the district. And I support the extension of his contract fully.
Any other comments? I'm not seeing any. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move to approve the second amendment to the COO employment agreement for Steve Vance.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So with that closes out the action agenda, and we will move to H1, proposal to establish new board committees, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Ms. Caffrey and Dr. Beal.
Okay, good evening. This is a proposal to introduce 4 committees over the course of the next, I would say, 4 to 6 months. They're board committees. And so, as part of tonight's discussion agenda, board member Celeste Caffrey and I would like to propose 4 board committees. You may be aware that the board will be meeting on May 10th to discuss overall priorities as well as different models of board governance. Ultimately, the plan would be to align board goals with the district and local control and accountability plan, LCAP goals. One recurring theme we have heard from the community is the desire for more involvement in district decisions. Because our board meetings primarily serve as official business meetings, they are not structured for in-depth discussions on every topic. Therefore, we are proposing these committees to serve as a forum for broader engagement with the intent to bring well-informed recommendations to the board. 4 committees are being proposed, but we will focus on the fiscal and technology committees in detail tonight. The student outcomes and strategic plan committees will be discussed this summer and presented in the fall, once we have established our board and district priorities. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Board Member Caffrey, who will talk about the fiscal committee. I'll talk second. No, I just spoke. You go.
Okay, so I will just pull it up because I thought it was going second.
I can talk about the technology committee.
Okay.
All right. So one of the committees, and this is for discussion, and so if there's feedback that we'll get tonight or after we propose this, we will have a more formal proposal that we would vote to approve, and we would like to get feedback and also really develop a very clear intent to the committee. So this proposal is for a special committee. So there are standing committees that are meant to be permanent, that can be ended at some time in the future if they're no longer effective. But special committees are short-term, and so they have slightly different rules. So the technology committee would actually be a very large committee that would probably have subcommittees. So the preliminary proposal is to have a technology committee that looks at different aspects like smartphones in schools, classroom technology and AI, digital citizenship and wellness, technology best practices. So really a lot of different aspects of technology, how it affects students, how we use it in the district, how can we leverage technology for our students and their education, which is really a big AI discussion. So we would form this committee, form subcommittees, talk about things, and hopefully bring proposals to the board that may be turned into policy or not. I talk a little bit about the membership here in my proposal, so really this is just opening the discussion and also open to comment from that. So we would have a chair, and then I say sub-chairs because I think of subcommittees that are going to, focus on specific issues. Obviously a school board representative to be there, but not to be the head, because this is going to come back to the school board, and it would be nice to know ahead of time what's happening. We'll have school district personnel, so principals, we have the technology director, Mr. Cooper, and staff to inform us as to the technology that we have available to us. School site administrators, that's really the principals of elementary and secondary schools. Teacher representatives, because we want teachers to talk about what they want and need in their classrooms. Student representatives, I think the biggest thing is we really want students to be involved in our decision making because they are the receiving end of all of this. And so we really need to engage our students as much as possible. They always bring a very interesting perspective that you don't think about as a non-student or an adult or that's finished school. So that's really important to us. Parents and guardians, we can't have discussions about students without involving their parents and guardians. And community experts, and this is where I would like to really engage our community. We have a lot of technology companies in our community. We have a lot of people with technical expertise, and so they will be able to bring things to the conversation that we may not have thought of, because especially once again in AI, and there's health experts to talk about the smartphones, and so we just bring all that information together and we make very well-informed, data-driven, thoughtful decisions about how we are going to manage technology. And this conversation may be over in a year, it may be over in 2 years, everything is changing. So we try, like I said, to have a special committee that will eventually maybe end and bring policy to the board. And so this is also partly being formed because we do have to have a smartphone policy by July 1st, 2026. So we do have to actually, comply with AB 3216. AI is a big thing, so I talk a little bit more about the different things. AI can be good. There are lots of fears and concerns about how AI may be used in a way that does not educate students, but there are certainly ways AI can educate students. Digital citizenship, community education, how to take care of our students with technology, how to have technology be introduced at the appropriate time for the appropriate amounts of time. Best practices, so we are we are really starting to look at data, and we really need to leverage our technology to have that data be available to us and to look at it in different ways so that we can make decisions in other areas such as literacy, math, etc. And then basically we're going to keep surveying. As we make these decisions, we want to survey our teachers, our students, our community to make sure that we are using technology in a way that everybody feels comfortable with and is effective. And then there's communication timeline, so I put an initial timeline about how often we might meet, and by the end of the year one, we're going to start with launching surveys, assess current phone rules. That could be milestones. Months 3 to 5, talk about AB 3216. We're also going to form other committees. Month 6, these are all, once again, guidelines, progress to the board, like an interim report. And year 1, hopefully come up with a technology plan that we can work on and continue to work on. And so there's some more sort of, words about how we appoint members and stuff. We would like people with expertise to apply. So we're going to have leadership structures where people who are knowledgeable are heading these committees. Once again, we are data informed, that we use information that is not opinion, but is information that can inform our decisions, and kind of go from there. I don't know. That's pretty much it.
Did you all want us to discuss these one at a time, or hear both and then one at a time? So, any questions from anyone about the proposed Special Tech Use Committee?
Just a simple, maybe a little off target, but have we not complied with AB 3216 with our current policy?
Yes, we are currently compliant.
Oh, can you turn on the mic?
Yes, we are currently compliant with that law already.
That is good to know. I guess maybe what I'm really speaking to is there's a bigger discussion out there that probably goes beyond what 3216 is proposing.
Yes, in fact, there are 2 more new laws coming regarding digital literacy and AI. So that's on our roadmap. That's our next journey where we want to move towards.
While Rob is at the mic.
You got it.
Might it help the board, because this isn't still a discussion item, for Dr. Cooper, I just gave you a doctorate,
Thank you.
for Mr. Cooper to bring you what they have done to date, because I see some overlap, and perhaps that's a lack of communication on our side to the board on what's been happening with the current Tech Use Committee. I feel that there is some pieces that you're proposing here that they've already launched, and I'm wondering if it would help the board if he could bring a report on where they're at in some of these places, and then you can try to see where the bridge of what needs to be discussed further. And it's not to say that not to have the committee, but just to give you where are they now.
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
So let me just clarify that. So I understand that there are basically 3 committees in the district, right? There's kind of I get the Tech Use, Tech Wise, and Brain Trust. So I feel that one of the reasons we want to actually have more integration between what the community is thinking about technology and wanting for technology and what the district is doing. Sometimes I feel that when we come up with policies and plans, we're not having those discussions, and so it becomes confusing and parents feel frustrated. And I do feel that we have community members that know quite a bit about AI. And so really it's almost like Board Member Caffrey bringing up a facilities maintenance plan. There is a lot of expertise out there. And there are a lot of people who are looking really far into the future because they are involved in educational technology. In fact, there's going to be a conference in May at UCSB on educational technology. So I really want to bring our team and the community together to really come up with a strong technology plan. So instead of having the district committees and, you know, this discussion outside, that we have some integration. And obviously, there will always need to be a district committee. We're not bringing committee members to deal with the computers and all that. But really, the decisions we make about what we have in the schools and what our students experience and what tools we're going to use, that does need to be informed by a larger group of people. And so it really needs to be a discussion. So the whole point of the committee is to have a back and forth discussion between our technology team and the community, and to really look at a technology. Really, I am most interested. I mean, a lot of this technology use stuff is interesting and data is coming down the pike, but the AI thing is a huge discussion that we have to address. We have to address it soon. It's happening so fast, faster than we can keep up with it. So how do we integrate everything everybody's worried about and what the future is? So it's not trying to work alongside, working with our existing
So,
technologies.
Can I ask forgive me for my ignorance, can you give me a brief description of the purview of the current tech use committee, or the two committees? I think you said that there are two currently in the district.
Right.
The purview for each, like what are their roles?
So for our tech use committee, that's our public facing committee, and the purview of that committee is to do just this, to look at overarching decisions and policies and direction of the department, of the education side of our department, with input from school site administrators, from parents. It's the public facing one. So we have addressed cell phone issues there. We've addressed our AI guidance there. We will be looking at network security and devices in the future, those kinds of things that affect large groups of people. The smaller committee is the Brain Trust Committee, and that is our AI committee, and that is an internal committee where we have developed guidance and trainings for our educators up to date. And we've also been looking at board policy, which will take to the tech use committee as that then grows into that larger space.
Thank you for that. And I'm wondering, because I am, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, thinking about the duplication of efforts and the fact that our team, our staff, whether they're site leadership, whether it's Mr. Cooper, also known as Dr. Cooper, and has limited time. Is this something that you think we could maybe refocus the current tech use committee and mold it into something more of what you have outlined in your proposal?
So the real motivation I have for bringing this committee forward is a couple of, I've been attending the tech use committees that are in the community, and everybody has a different thing they want to talk about. And we meet for like an hour, and, really, I can't keep track of the conversation. And in the end, I don't feel that, given how broad this topic is, because there's, how old should a child in a school be, at what age should they be exposed, for how many hours? There's a medical part to this, there's a developmental part of this. That is a topic in of itself that a whole committee could deal with and say, what do we want to do with iPads and one-to-one, and what age and how many hours? Do they need to start writing for a certain time before they go? They use a stylus, so many things, right? Really big topics we cannot talk about in an hour. So that would be one subcommittee. Another one, the smartphones, like that is in of itself, if we're going to take away smartphones, how do we take them away? What's the cost? All that. That's a committee in of itself, right? So we have these community meetings, but they're inadequate for how large the questions are. And we haven't really set it up in a way where we are organized and we say, you're interested in this, you come to this meeting. And so I want a more organized structure that allows people time to do research and bring that research back and have people be committed to it. And so that's just really a big expansion of our community committee. The Brain Trust, or the Brain thing, obviously I'm not part of it because it's an internal committee. I just feel that we really need to lean on the larger expertise for all of us to make decisions. When you bring policy to us as part of the Brain Trust Committee, I would probably have about 1 billion questions about the future of AI, and I think in this setting we can talk about AI and both learn together, and then you go back and you make your policy. And the biggest thing is we have we have people in this community who know so much about AI. This is all they do. And we need to bring that expertise to our district when we make those decisions. We have to look at that vision. We have to make smart decisions. And so I feel that we need to, that, like, this is a special committee. It's not meant to go forever and ever. It's just to make really good decisions about what we're going to do in the future with AI. So it's really just making a larger conversation about it and then informing our tech committee. And then maybe after a year or so, go back to your usual operations. We've answered all the tech questions we'll ever have for the next 10 years and it's over. So, so really it's about, you know,
Or at least the next 15 years.
yeah. So it's really just about really having a very large, because the conversation is big, and that's what I'm hearing when I go to these tech meetings is we're not talking about enough, we're not talking about it deeply enough. We're hearing a lot of opinions, and I really want to hear about what data and what facts are there. So I just want it all out there, and then when we make decisions, they're informed and we feel comfortable with them because we've heard all the information.
So, to the question that I posed, am I hearing no? To not restructure and repurpose the current tech use committee is to create this separate committee? I guess I'm asking, can we repurpose to meet the needs if we're not currently providing the space for these very large topics? Not for a lack of trying, but do you perceive a way that we could use the current tech use committee so that we're not, the duplication of efforts thing I think is a real thing, especially when we're talking about adding so many committees that we need to either repurpose or possibly even eliminate current committees that we have?
Well, I think of the 3 district committees, one of which includes the community committee, just becoming one district committee. And then the outside committee really does a lot of the discussion and research in conjunction with our internal IT committee and you know, just makes some of those big decisions. And then, like the smartphone thing is not going to go on forever, right? We're going to make a decision about that, hopefully end of story. And so really, instead of having 3 internal committees that are dealing with three different things, let's make one outside committee, have one internal committee, and eventually we only have really one kind of big tech committee that deals with everything. So right now we have an AI committee that's internal, right?
Could
And-
I give a little more historic context on
Yeah.
the Tech Use Committee?
Mhm.
So when the Tech Use Committee started 3 years ago, it was well attended and it was monthly. We were addressing the off and away policy as well as professional learning and a number of agendas. It started very strong through that first year. We had good attendance month to month. The second year we saw attendance dropping and only a few interested parties. This year we put out there, and for the majority of this year there was not a lot of attendance. We said this is a committee that could go quarterly because the interest just wasn't there. So it looks like now that priority is shifting. We could go back to a month to month and maybe restructure some of the leadership. That might help us get to more of those agenda items, and it would still be that same committee.
So I don't think that we're actually talking about different things. What we're talking about is we now have we have more than one thing. So I was actually somewhat involved in that tech use committee way back when you started it, and people were meeting in parks, and then we would have a meeting here. And it was a group of parents that had a very particular thing they wanted. They wanted to take away the one-to-one iPads and not have children take them home, the young ones, right? And they accomplished that. They brought a lot of data. It was very focused. Now we have different things. We have something similar, like now it's just how much time should the younger students be spending on technology in the classroom. There's also discussions about smartphones. Now there's discussions about AI. So all of a sudden we have 3 very separate tech discussions going on. So can we do that in a monthly tech committee meeting that's just one? We could, but we have subcommittees. So I think I'm just really expanding that tech use committee to have different, it's an umbrella for subcommittees to really answer some questions that I think we can actually answer mostly. And then, and the AI thing is introducing outside community engagement to our AI efforts, because I think we should and we can. So
Now I'm hearing you. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not necessarily a completely separate tech use committee doing similar work. It's subcommittees of the tech use committee. Yeah, Ms. Caffrey.
And I think it's just restructuring the way that the tech committee operates.
And formalizing it. I mean, we basically, we're calling it a board committee. We're not just, I mean, I know that there's something formal, but making it a more structured thing. We have meetings, we have agendas, we post to the meetings so that people who don't come to the meetings can listen and learn and contribute. So we're just making it formal and more accessible. Like I said, I started out that this is about actually engaging our community. I think that I've been on this board for 16 months, maybe longer, 18 months, 2 years, 5 years, I don't know. And people want to talk about things. This isn't really the forum to have open discussion. It just really, so let's have those open discussions in a different setting, formal, accessible, recorded. Let's just talk about it and honestly just to be done with the conversation, just have it.
I think you did an excellent job, and thank you, Ra, for giving the historical piece, because you both really have described what has happened, which is what you want to happen now again. I do worry about the duplication of efforts, and I do worry about Rob's time and all the other leaders. So I think as we continue down the line of committees, if I can just restate what I think you're wanting us to do, would it be, what I hear is Tech Use Committee as is, with 3 subtopics that could be subcommittees, and you mentioned the cell phone policy, which I think we're close to wrapping it up and bringing some kind of a recommendation, the AI and device use, like the time, the use, and bringing in the experts to give information for these committees. Now, I'm not sure if that means 3 different meetings or 1 meeting where it's like a whole group, they break up into small groups, and then they come back to report to the whole group.
So the structure, Mr. Cooper would actually be the head honcho. So he would either delegate to his subcommittee members, who hopefully are chosen and interviewed or chosen. He can go to any of the meetings he wants. He can't probably be in 3 places at once. They report to him, and you want responsible community members who, thoughtful, critical, whatever, bringing the information back to him. When you talk about wrapping up the smartphone, have we decided to take it away till 8th grade? I just
meant to say we've already engaged, we're engaging that.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
But I have been at those meetings, and I feel the conversation is actually going in 5 different ways. It's so we're really formalizing the process, and maybe we get all the people not at the same meeting talking about 3 things, but they're in their different areas. We talk about duplication of efforts. We're already having this tech use committee meeting. I am asking to bring in people who don't normally participate in it, because one of the things we do here is, well, this doesn't happen at the schools, students, teachers, whatever. And you're like, well, why weren't you part of the conversation? So really, this is, once again, formalizing it. Sometimes with the meetings, I don't even know they're happening if I'm not on the email list. So just being more intentional, being more formal about it, asking for people to be involved that care about that. I think that we have a lot of teachers and a lot of students in the district, and I think we can find some to participate in all of these committees that care about specific issues. So if you're talking about duplication of effort because you think that one person is going to go to too many meetings, I'm not sure. The board members certainly will be busy. I'm not sure that we're asking Mr. Cooper to do more than have monthly meetings and kind of look it over. So where is the duplication in effort happening?
I think that was just part of the evolution of the conversation. I didn't mean to say that was what you were asking. And I do want to make sure, you said Mr. Cooper would be the head honcho. Part of I know we uploaded the policy on board committees, so I think it's important for the board to help us understand, differentiating between, is this now going to become a board committee, or does it become a district committee that reports to the board? That's very distinct in terms of him running it with board direction. It's different than him running it and reporting to the board. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, it would be Mr. Cooper running it and reporting to the board. He would still have his tech committee that's internal that talks about modems and how many computers you buy and all that other stuff that we're probably less interested in.
So my question is, I thought this was a board advisory committee. So I guess my question is, I don't know the difference between board advisory committee and the other committee, and also I think it's important to have the committee members help set the agenda of their subcommittees.
Right, so of course, what subcommittees are going to be there isn't decided yet. That would be formed by the larger group who chooses to participate. And I would think that a special committee is, like, some people will use the word ad hoc, which is advisory. Some people will use the word special, which there can be permanent ones. Those are the standing committees and have much more formal rules. And the special committee is the same thing to me as an ad hoc, which is the same thing to me as advisory. Those groups would bring proposals for board policy to the board. They're not making decisions. They are bringing proposals based upon the discussions they've had to the board and saying, will you approve this? This is what we've talked about.
I think for me personally, that structure is a little hard for me. I think it's almost, because if I'm reading the proposal correctly, there's going to be board participation on this committee. I almost view it as a change from a district committee to a board advisory committee, where you are bringing in input from other folks out in the community, and you have these subcommittees that are focusing on these subject areas that I think the board should have some consensus about what those subcommittees are focusing on. And through that discussion, they're coming back through our board members with recommendations on board policy. If it's going to be board policy changes, or if it's going to be, it could be a million different things. But I worry a little bit about the structure of having community members present board policy to us, and then through this committee. I think that structure I'm not too, it almost should be led in partnership with, led by district staff and board members, if that's how it's going to be structured, with opportunity for input from the public, because I don't know that they may be an expert in AI. I don't know how many of them are reading our board policies, right? But we can prompt them and provide opportunities for input to develop board policy on things like AI. Ms. Caffrey.
So I would say that on some of these topics, we don't even know the questions to ask them, and that some of the experts have more information about what's happening on the ground than board members. And also, so I think it's super important that the committee members that interview, we interview them, we vet them, and we trust them to have expertise then in that area. For example, I hear an issue that has come up is, what is the volume that headphones should be at so they don't hurt kids' ears? That would never cross my mind, and I think that there's just based on participation in our district, that people have a ton of knowledge. So that's why I think it's so important that we don't even, that we give them leeway to help set the agenda of the most important topics. Similarly, with things like content controls, I'm hearing things like kids can still get around content controls, even though they exist. So
yeah, I get that. I think my concern is, to Dr. Beal's point earlier, this can go in so many different directions, and each and every one of these is like a huge topic of discussion. To think that we're going to tackle them all at the same time is not possible. And so we really, I think, need to prioritize the work of this group, because it's not endless. It is finite, and we have to really prioritize what are the topics. And I agree with you, Ms. Caffrey. We're not going to know more than an expert in AI, but I think as a board, if we're going to change the function of this tech use committee, we need to say AI is one of the priority topics that we want to discuss. We don't necessarily have to say, oh, we're only going to stay in this narrow purview of AI, but if that's a priority for us, then we state it, understanding that it's going to be a heavy topic, that it's going to take some time. So I'm trying to cautious us to be realistic so that these efforts are productive, and it's not that we're going in 10 or 15 different directions and not making the progress and ending up in the same place that I think a lot of people are in the community, and that's frustrating, like feeling like the input didn't lead to something productive. Dr. Beal.
So in this description that I put in, I just put in topics. So I don't, the intention is not to say this is, by the way, a tech use committee. We can talk about anything and everything, and we can have 7 or we can have 8 subjects. One of the reasons I wanted to have feedback tonight and in the future is I wanted people to say what would they like to see in a technology committee. And so, you know, these are the subjects that I landed on, that, you know, the smartphones, the whatever. And so I even want feedback from our district staff, like what do they think are subjects that we can, you know, that we can address, and say for example, you know, we decide we're going to take smartphones away when people come to school. We have a cost issue. Where are we going to put the phones? Who's responsible for them? What happens if a phone is lost? Should we just say you can't have a phone on school? If somebody has a phone on school, how do they get, what are their consequences for having a phone on school? So how much effort, enforcement, money, what are we trying to accomplish, and how are we going to go about it? And I think that's where the community kind of gets to go round and round and say, can we come up with something? Some board committees never have an answer, and that's the end of the discussion. They all agree to disagree. At least they've all talked to each other and said, we can't agree on anything, and we say, okay, we're going to stick with our, you know, our phones off, the phone hotels. That's the best we can do right now. We're complying with the policy. End of discussion. So it is as much a place to be able to express the opinions and see if a consensus can be found. The reason I put Mr. Cooper in charge is we really need to have a responsible, reliable person in charge. Like, if we just sort of say, well, you can be the head of this, and nobody's organizing them, I could see it going nowhere and nothing happening, and meetings not happening, and things not happening. So I do need somebody from the district, because we'll have agendas. We do need to post it. We are going to bring it back. Now, the structure of that, maybe I'm less clear, not having been a longtime board member, about the different types of committees. So I think to some degree, the discussion we're having here is how this committee is structured, because there might be different ways, and that's what I'm less knowledgeable about. But maybe you're understanding what I'm trying to do here. Yeah.
Ms. Munoz, did you have any questions or comments?
I have a comment. I understand, you know, that this is a very complex subject, and I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate Dr. Beal bringing this up and proposing the idea, and also hear, you know, Mr. Cooper's description of how the meetings have gone and such. I wonder about, just a suggestion that I have is going back to starting from having a meeting with the tech use committee that's in place, and possibly, you know, my suggestion is to discuss at that level with Mr. Cooper's input, you know, with Dr. Beal there in terms of the discussion, and look at like what would be helpful to the district, what would be helpful to clarify more in terms of the community and the subjects that are listed. I certainly know that, you know, AI and digital, you know, citizenship and so forth are very important topics, but I just wonder about maybe having the meeting convened. I don't know how many folks are involved at this point, but going from, you know, meeting at that point and then bringing it back to the board as a discussion item.
I think that's a great suggestion. Our next tech use committee meeting is when, Rod?
First week of May.
First week of May, and that's pretty set, that date. Okay. I think, Board Member Munoz, that's an excellent suggestion to bring up because here's a group of interested people, they're not here right now, and maybe talking about that more and seeing what we could come up with. I would say the AI discussion has not been per se part of the tech use committee, so that would be maybe a new topic we would be introducing. Anyway, so, but asking if people would like to have this type of committee, but maybe what I'll need some guidance from President Escobedo is like the types of committees. I'm a little confused about that. Like,
yeah, we can.
Yeah, if I'm using the word special committee and that's incorrect, if there's other types of structures that I'm not considering.
Sounds good. I like that proposal if everyone can support it. In addition, I would like to add a discussion a discussion with the whole tech use committee, but then when you're talking about logistics and structure, connecting, if Dr. Bill, you'd be willing to connect with Mr. Cooper and Dr. Maldonado to talk about more of the structure, how it could work, so that it works as we're creating these committees up here from the dais, and we don't have to do all the behind the scenes stuff, getting their perspective on what the best way is so that we're not inconsiderate of the other components of their roles.
So would we first talk about interest at the May meeting and then get together and talk about the structure, or would I be proposing a structure to the participants?
I think probably May to get the interest, and then from there you can probably talk about structure to meet the kind of interest of the group.
I guess one thing I would say is I think Trustee Escobedo, it's a great idea also to evaluate how our committees are working after a few months and see if we need to, or 6 months or a year to see like how are they working and do we need to change anything to make them more effective. I think people on the tech committee, I know many of them, and I think they feel like a sense of urgency and they want these changes as fast as possible. So I would vote to have the new structure of the committee be the topic of the next meeting, because I think they want some changes for the coming year.
So this is a discussion. So
A discussion. A discussion at the next, not just interest in,
I also want to ask, if you had this discussion at the next tech use committee, would that derail other large work efforts that you had planned for that meeting?
No, the agenda for that meeting was to report on what we've done so far regarding cell phones and the survey we came up with, and set our goals for next year, since it's the last meeting of the school year. So
Perfect.
It works out perfectly.
That sounds great. So does that sound like to the board that's a good plan of action?
sounds good to me, but I'll just ask Mr. Cooper to reach out to me to maybe if questions about what I might say at the meeting so that we,
I think the last, because it's still a discussion, not a decision point needed, but it's really important to distinguish if it's becoming a board committee or a committee that reports to the board. So I'm just going to keep staying on that topic because it matters how you agendize, Brown Act rules, things like that. And that's part of our bylaws for setting committees. I'm hearing that it's more like a committee that reports to the board, but it'll impact when you finally come to the structure with your next meeting and getting input, so that we're clear on what needs to happen in the process part of it. It's really like splitting hairs a little bit for me, but I just want to make sure we understand that piece.
All right, we're ready? Ms. Caffrey, you're up.
I think maybe afterwards it would be helpful to just have more clarity on the difference between those two committees and like the impact of committee members depending on the type of committee. So, okay, so then, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
The board policy refers to the board establishing a committee whenever it determines that such a committee would benefit the district. And then it says such committees may be subcommittees of the board or committees that include members of the community, staff, or other stakeholder groups. My understanding of a subcommittee of the board is two people, because it's a subcommittee would be just two people of the board, and those kind of, because any committee that goes beyond that then becomes subject to the Brown Act. I'm not sure that a committee that includes members of the community, staff, or other stakeholder groups, as long as there's not more than two board members on that committee, can do the kind of thing you're doing without having to be subject to Brown Act agenda and all of that type of thing. So I think that really how you structure that piece in terms of whether it's a group that then advises the board or just the board member advises or whatever. Those things can be done separate from the idea of whether it's a subcommittee or a board committee. So I would recommend keeping away from board committees. I'm sorry, from the things where there's more than 3 members on the board and it's a Brown Act type of committee, or even if it's defined by the board as a committee. I think we need to clarify whether that committee has to have Brown Act rules, even if there's not a majority on it. That's for what you can discuss. I think it's worth studying that and getting the right answer, but I think that's largely irrelevant to our conversation tonight. We can bring the definitions back and say, what does this fit best into?
Ms. Caffrey.
Thank you. So for discussion, talking about the establishment of a financial advisory committee for Santa Barbara Unified School District. So, and I really would like feedback. The idea is that it has diverse membership. Maybe 11 is too many. I don't know. I'd love to know what the correct number is. But including parents, community leaders, business professionals, financial experts, educators. And the idea is really to help our district create a multi-year financial plan. So make sure that as we develop our goals and vision for the district, that our financial planning is really totally connected with those goals. And that we really prioritize programs and initiatives that matter the most to students and have the highest impact on student outcomes, and make sure we offer a robust program of arts, music, phys ed, CTE. So the idea of the committee is to look at our entire budget, see where we can be more efficient, where we can find cost savings, and then use that money to really invest in what we're trying to achieve as a district. I think a huge component of this committee will be transparency and public engagement. So the idea is that ultimately we have a process, a budgeting process that is super clear, and starts really in the summer. And also that the document that we produce is really easily understandable. There are a lot of amazing tools out there in terms of financial planning for districts. Many districts are starting to use academic return on investment to look at their programs, at program effectiveness. So, for example, to see what interventions are working and where we need to shift. So that's one tool that the committee might bring, evidence-based decision making, what programs are really moving the needle for kids and where we should shift. I think also a big component is doing very targeted investments. So we had a public commenter who was talking about need-based budgeting. So basically looking at the number of students who need particular help and providing that on a school level instead of doing the same intervention for every school. So things like that are kind of the direction many districts are moving, and I think a financial advisory committee with a lot of experience from our district staff plus expertise from the community will help us move forward and also prevent a lot of the uncertainty that our teachers have been facing through planning, so that we can do, well, hopefully we don't have to do as many RIFs, and they are targeted RIFs, etc. So basically the whole idea is long-term financial planning that aligns our budget and our priorities as a district.
Questions? Dr. Beal?
While Board Member Caffrey and I are planning these committees together, we're actually planning them separately. So, so I will ask Board Member Caffrey. So, you know, this idea of having a fiscal committee is new to our district. We don't have a separate fiscal committee, so this is really new territory for us. So do you see this evolving to, so when I think of it, just not having, you know, talked about it with you in any real depth, do you see it evolving, like starting off being sort of like, how do we do our finances, and how do we come up with models that are easily understood, and using like maybe our finance from this coming year or this past year to sort of analyze our finances, and then moving forward? So I think of this, first of all, is this going to be a permanent committee?
I guess I don't know. I think that it will help implement processes, budgeting processes that are different than we've used in the past, and then I think maybe we reevaluate in a year. I don't know.
So I think of maybe a committee that initially we're going to change the way we talk about finances. It doesn't change the money, just how we talk about the money, so that when we come to these meetings, everybody has as clear as an understanding as we can get to, right, given the instability and all sorts of things. I could see in the future, as things become really more regular, that it gets to be a meeting where we do say, okay, this is coming down the pike. How do we all, you know, like what kind of things we can do? Because when we're talking about big topics like dropping enrollment and school closures, that would become something that's discussed with the community in that sort of setting. And in years where there's not much happening, we can just present our financials and people can, you know, ask questions. We're always going to have a new population of parents, a new population of board members. So you kind of have to really do this over and over again. So I could see it morph into something that is simpler, but starting out, it's going to be how do we look at our finances and talk about it with the community and get everybody to understand what we do with our finances.
I think that's a good, I'm sorry. I think that's a good point. And school board partners, now that I think about it, they advise having a standing committee. And because there are many financial issues that come up over the years, and so.
Ms. Munoz, any questions?
I would want to hear more about basically like the need for the committee, and has it been discussed, like, for example, with Dr. Maldonado and Ms. Hernandez at length? You know, we are looking at a change in terms of our financial services. You know, what is their input in terms of this? Because I know as far as like the tech committee, we're looking at Mr. Cooper as the, you know, as the expert on this and as the representative from the district. So I would want to know more, you know, about the need for this committee.
So I would say I think that it is a great idea to loop in our incoming Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services and talk to him about the structure of this committee. I've mentioned the Alliance for Smarter School Spending and the budgeting process that they propose, and also the many tools that they provide districts. And I think there are quite a few ideas that are new to our district that could be really impactful in terms of leveraging our spending to benefit kids. So I would love to look at that or send you that resource so you can see kind of how many people are starting to think about financial management of districts.
For me, it would be from our perspective. You know, I want it to be based on Santa Barbara Unified. Ms. Hernandez has been doing this work. We have certainly been talking about the finances, you know, presented information, talked about also, you know, presenting information to the community to be more transparent and such. So for me to read, I don't feel the need to look at what another group is saying about the finances. Honestly, I don't mean that to be disrespectful. I do have concern about the description of it. Like, for example, on what you're proposing, there's the mention of under membership of at least one member should have a background in school finance or accounting under that. And I would look at our own school district, who is the person that's in charge of the financing of our school district. I don't know if you met someone outside of our district. Is that what were you thinking, someone in addition to our director of finance?
I think that it is super important, and Mr. Tedeschi brings a huge amount of knowledge to our district and expertise, but just like any team, it is helpful to have many perspectives. And so getting some community members who have finance backgrounds, management backgrounds, that only brings more knowledge and makes our district stronger. So that is why I think, as we've said many times, our budget is super complex, and I think we have just experienced a ton of upheaval. It's not I think that it is an opportunity to rethink how we do our budgeting process and looking at best practices. Basically, using your spending, you can really drive positive outcomes for kids. So really closely connecting our spending and what we're trying to achieve.
Dr. Beal.
So I think what I'm hearing, but what I guess this is a comment, and what I'm hearing is we do have a assistant superintendent of finance coming in, and I certainly do think that the discussion that would happen between the board member who is involved, if that's board member Caffrey or somebody else, and the assistant superintendent, is to look at different financial models along with the superintendent and see if any of them seem valid and different from what we do in terms of planning. I'm on a different school board, and we actually have a finance committee. And what that finance committee does is we look at the budget, we approve it. That's the simple stuff, because that's the money we have and the money we're going to spend. But one of the other things that the finance committee does is it does long-range planning. And when we have these grants that are coming and they're expiring, we're looking at Prop 28. We did recently go through things with our COVID funding. I think the ability to have a very clear vision and a clear discussion about how much money is coming in, what we're spending, why we're spending it, when it's going to end. Like, we've had 2 years in a row this RIF discussion. And this finance committee can really prep the community if we do have a financial issue and we are going to have to go through this again next year, 2 years from now, whatever. So this committee is like an additional source of information for board members and the community to understand, as our finances change, how we manage that. And the finance committee that is on the board, I'm not part of their committee, even looks at things like how to invest things, like if we had a fund, how could we invest it to get the best return. So that's a very advanced finance committee. So I think there's a lot of utility to having a finance committee. We're community funded. If we're very fortunate, we have more money, lots more money, and maybe we will make long-term investments thinking we're going to spend it on something like the armory, that while we're parking that money, where can we earn interest on it? That's a small thing, but really looking at our grants, looking at our funding, and having very clear-cut, discussion and plans, and knowing the end dates, and this is how we're spending it. So just more clarity. I think that's a big job, and I know that we have asked a lot of Kim Hernandez to show us this stuff, but there's so much, right? So much more than we can talk about and show. And so that's why I feel that this could be very valuable to us.
I think if it functions the way that Dr. Beal just described, I'm very much in favor of that. I would ask that we currently have an audit committee now, correct? that it absorbed the duties of the audit committee so that this duplication of efforts, it seems like a simple thing that this type of committee could take on. I'm troubled. It's going to be trouble for me to support an 11-member committee just because coordinating schedules is a headache enough as it is. So to do it for 11 members, I'm probably not going to support that. I have some interest in the proposal. I guess let me state a concern. A concern is we're always developing a budget. It never stops. The second we stop with one budget, we're starting the next. And a concern I have is as it relates to like all of the functions of this financial advisory committee. They're meeting once a month and the budget's getting developed practically every day. And I worry about it slowing the process of the budget cycle because it is a very regimented budget cycle. There's no like, there's very little room, as we have witnessed. Let me finish, please. There's very little room for us to slow down the budget cycle when you have dates like March 15th, when you have dates like May 15th, when you have grant deadlines, when you have these application deadlines, when we were talking about the facilities management plan and applying for state funds. So I'm a little concerned about the scope of what's like written here. If it plays out the way that Dr. Beal described it, I think if that's what this is sitting in front of us, then I feel more comfortable about really the communication aspect. Yes, there's oversight and making sure that really we're thinking long term and we're not just thinking about this year's budget. I think that is kind of what I can support in a financial advisory committee. Ms. Caffrey.
So I would just say that I think that we can actually change the budget process and the timeline, and that we have state mandated deadlines, but there's much we can do much earlier. So that's why I think that it's worth having the committee also talk about things like cost savings that we could start looking at right now, even though, and basically that is part of the long-term financial planning.
I agree.
Yeah.
I guess I'm saying what my concern would be is that this financial advisory committee would see its role as the budget development committee. And that can't be the case because it's just, if it's only meeting once a month, it's just not frequent enough to actually do the work to develop a budget for a school district. So that's the concern that I raise, and if that concern were addressed in the development of this budget or this financial advisory committee, then I'm more than happy to support. I just don't want it to be too in the like every day to day budget cycle. And Ms. Munoz?
Yes, actually, I see it very much in the weeds. I do want to caution in terms of Ms. Caffrey's direction towards Alliance for Smarter School Spending. I know that's been mentioned several times. I would be interested to know what Mr. Banning's opinion is about this committee, and I do feel very cautious as to my support for this committee.
I've been listening intently to the conversation, and I think that there is room for a district of our size and complexity to have a financial committee. One of the things I question is what feels to me like an assumption that there must be something better than what we're doing now. That because we've read this or we see that or we had this budget crisis around RIFs and all of these kind of things, I would suggest that whatever this committee's charge ultimately ends up, that the first thing that it is understanding the nuances of why we do what we do and how we do in conjunction with what state requirements, county requirements, all of the kind of things that I don't think it's going to be as simple as, oh, we can change the timeline and change the whole budget process. This is something that exists in very similar manners for every school district. That said, many have finance committees. And so I think that the first step of a committee like this is to become self-educated about why and what before we make a presumption that there's something we should do different before we understand exactly what we're doing now.
Ms. Caffrey.
I think that makes sense. And also, all our committees, I'm going to bring them also to school board partners to look at the language after your input to see what other types of finance committees are districts creating around the country and what is working, and hopefully use some of those learnings in our language that I bring to the board. So basically, they were not able to look at it by this meeting, but that would be the next step.
I want to make sure that we're making comparisons that are legally compliant with what our expectations are in the state of California, and not looking nationally at what goes on unless we understand the differences between how a different state does something different than we do.
Makes sense.
Other thoughts or concerns or wants from this financial advisory committee?
I just, just a thought and not a concern. We will have a superintendent of, finance that is different. And I think it will be important for that person to be part of this conversation. So what is our ability to discuss these issues with that person?
I mean, I can certainly talk to their superintendent
Tedeschi.
And ask for him to meet with me. And he could probably meet with me off hours. I know they're going through negotiations right now, so I know his time currently in his current job is super impacted, so I certainly don't want to commit him to something that I have no idea what he can do. So I think it would be just a matter of me reaching out. I don't know if Goleta Union has a fiscal committee currently, so that's another piece of wondering what his level of knowledge.
No, but we are, Goleta is a much smaller district without high schools and junior highs.
Yeah. So I will reach out to him and have him, just for clarification process-wise, I can reach out to him and share this discussion. Are we thinking that what's written now is still in the works, so that I don't necessarily take this document, but rather the conversation about the intent of the committee, just to get his feelings about what that might look like in his mind?
I'll speak for myself. I'm not supportive of everything that's on here, so I think more of just the discussion. For me, I don't know how everyone else.
What would be very helpful is to have concrete feedback so that we could develop the language. And I think showing this as a draft to Mr. Tedeschi is fine, and having his input, that would be a good step, so that we can hopefully get this committee off and running this summer.
I know that President Escobedo has expressed reserve about the scope of the committee, so I think it probably needs to be refined a little bit. Before we present it to him, so that he's not like, oh, this is a lot, this is more than I want to take on. Once again, I have asked, I said we need to have feedback and different committees and talk ahead of time. So really, this is just to start talking about having these committees, and I think this is wide open. We didn't make actually we started out with super specific documents, and they looked legal. I mean, we're like, no, we're not trying to talk about voting. We just want to talk about what things can these committees do. And I got great feedback about technology, and I think we're hearing good feedback about fiscal, and it definitely, really involves a person who's not employed by the district yet and who knows school finance, who might have their own ideas about what the scope of this committee could be for them.
Yeah.
I know I'm out here, but I also have some concerns about the draft itself, and would rather have Dr. Maldonado have an open discussion with him and inform President Escobedo.
I do think, though, as a board, our role is to bring policy to the district. So we, as a board,
Yeah,
can write policy.
agreed. I think similar direction to the tech committee would be helpful here. I think for me, I am worried about the scope. It does need to be refined. I'm also interested about what the application and appointment process would look like. That's also an undertaking. And I think it is helpful to have the discussion and input about, again, structure. What does this actually mean for the budget cycle? Yes, we can absolutely adjust the budget cycle, but that's long-term thinking, and that's like the long-term financial planning of. I'm gonna finish my thought. That's the long-term financial planning for this group, ideally, right? It's not going to be, and I think that's a little bit of my angst as well, as they need to know that there's going to be a lot of learning up front, that I think a big component is going to be the communication and outreach piece, and definitely long-term financial planning that is reasonable, and I want staff input on these sorts of things before it comes to the board for approval.
So I know that there is much distrust.
Board Member Caffrey?
Ms.
I'd
Munoz?
like to say, yeah, I would also like to say that I don't see the urgency for this summer. We're having someone coming on board, and I don't see this happening this summer from my perspective.
So I guess I sense that there is a lot of distrust about alternate ways of doing things, and the Alliance for Smarter School Spending from the Government Finance Officers Association. And that's why I just ask to look at it as a board member. It is our fiduciary duty to oversee the budget of our district, and basically this alliance has hundreds of first mover districts around the country who are changing the way things are done, including districts in California. And I just think all of us, it's worth the 10 minutes to look at this website, because I know many people are feeling wary about it, and it is a totally new idea. And I just ask that you look at it. That's my ask. And then it explains why I think these components are important in our financial advisory committee.
Dr. Beal?
So just to address what Board Member Munoz is saying is, for the technology committee, we're already having these discussions. So really, we're just talking about continuing the discussions, and that we're going to have a meeting in May. So it's already all set up. So what we can accomplish during the summer is really kind of talking about things to maybe present, if we are going to present any policy or whatever, to do that in the fall. We're not trying to make decisions this summer and voting on them this summer. I think for the fiscal committee, we don't have our superintendent of finance on board yet. So I guess how we are going to form that committee, maybe really during the summer some work can be done in terms of setting it up. So maybe we're not talking about vote, like I know we talked about trying to vote for something before the summer started so we can get our members in, but the fiscal thing is becoming more complex, clearer, and also more complex at the same time. So at least we start working on it this summer, right?
I guess I know I keep harping on this alliance. What I would ask is that the board members look at this alliance, and maybe we join the alliance before we start the committee, because I do not want to go through the same budgeting process as we did this year. I think that we need to shift it before next year, and I think we have enough time if we do it right now. So that's why I ask the board members to look into it and see how are other districts approaching this budgeting process, and could it work for Santa Barbara Unified? Because basically the way that it works is you set your instructional priorities. You plan and prepare. They have a diagnostic test. Do you have the internal capacity? So all I'm asking is like, I think that this is hugely important, and there is a sense of urgency. I would love, can we do I'm just asking as a member of the committee, would you guys look at this alliance?
So, Ms. Caffrey, I don't think that anyone here is against looking at the alliance, but I perceive it, and maybe it's a misperception, but a justification of what my wariness is about the scope of this committee is that things can change that quickly. And even if we join the alliance today and we have a new assistant superintendent of finance, or a new CFO basically, that comes in July, and then we're just going to completely change everything that we're doing. Like, it's just not a realistic timeline for a lot of these things. So that's my hesitation. That's where a little bit of it, it's not no to change, but it's realistic on timelines. We can't just implement changes like this that are structural in months. It just doesn't work that way. Dr. Beal.
He said that we would consider these two separately. Excuse me. The Tech Use Committee has my support. Okay. And it helped the way that Dr. Beal explained it. It helped Mr. Cooper providing the history on it and so forth. And it's not, when you're looking at, if you're directing your comments and at myself in terms of being wary of it, I am looking at, we have been doing the budgeting process. We have a new director going on. I don't see us, it's the end of April and we have May and then graduations in June. Ms. Caffrey, I think as a board member, I'd really appreciate it if you would be receptive to the input of all of the board members and consider that. We do have a study session coming up. I just feel like it's kind of the approach of the only way to go.
Dr. Beal. Oh, Mr. Benny.
I just also want to add that the summer isn't downtime for the budgeting office. It's, as a matter of fact, one of the busiest times for them with closing the books and preparing the audited actuals and these kind of things. It's not a time to change a process, and particularly somebody new coming in. So I'm going to agree entirely that it's not a reluctance in the concept here. It's a take a breath. Let's slow down a little bit, and let's get to a place where we can put a committee in place that starts to learn before we start to change. I don't think that if you brought a committee together right now that truly represented the district, that you would get a group of people that doesn't need to completely understand what the process and the reasoning behind the way things are done now. And there's another piece in here that hasn't even been addressed, and that's the impact of negotiations and the impact of the way Teachers Association looks at the budgeting in a very different manner than we do. And it's really complex stuff, and it's just not going to happen in a matter of months. It just can't.
Dr. Beal.
I think one thing that I'm thinking about all of this is, the board doesn't really tell the finance office how to look at the budget. We approve budget choices, we receive information, but how, for example, when we're making decisions about cuts, we're told, well, there's going to be 10% here. We've just looked at different things. So I think there's a process that's being discussed, which is not actually managed by the board at all, on how you analyze a budget. And I think that is really the conversation that happens between the new, because he's going to deal with the budget that's coming up. So I think how you look at the budget is not something we're going to vote on and opine on. And that's something that he can choose to adopt. I mean, I think I haven't looked at this school finance model, so I don't know what the differences are. But if it's a different way of looking at expenses and to help make decisions, it may not involve us at all. But I do want the finance committee to help us when we do go into negotiations, to have that transparency and clarity. So for me, the initial big impact of this finance committee is to really to have a discussion where people really receive information in a setting that's outside the board meeting and can ask like a billion questions and understand. And then as we make decisions, maybe we change the way we look at our finance, that they come along for that journey. And you know, because these are new models, right? There's a very traditional model and there's new models, and we don't know which one we're interested in, right? So.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that for sure. Ms. Caffrey?
Basically, I just want to read to you the point of this organization. The Government Finance Officers Association, Smarter School Spending, invites you to join school districts from across the country on a journey to increase student achievement during these times of greater expectations and budget constraints. On this website, you can find a process and free tools to help you on your journey. Developing strategies to better align resources to meet student outcome goals. The framework steps provide a guide to developing a collaborative budgeting process by setting expectations of what the process will achieve, thoroughly examining underlying causes of achievement gaps, and developing goals and strategies to overcome the gaps, analyzing current spending to allocate resources accordingly, crafting a well-developed implementation plan, and finally, measuring performance and adjusting as necessary. So that's just a summary of the kind of overall approach, which I think there's much more. So that's why I just ask. I think it is actually the board's role to have expectations on the budgeting process and to set a clear process. And that this is super exciting. Like, the whole point of it is that districts with much less money can use their money effectively to drive student results. So, yeah.
So I think everyone's given their feedback, and I think it's enough to refine this committee and come back after discussion with both yourself and Mr. Tedeschi. Did I get it right? Yeah. Okay. And then sounds like you'll get feedback from school board partners as well, and we'll be able to take another look at both of these committees. Dr. Beal?
So after the May, whatever, tech meeting, I think it's the first week of May, then depending on what sort of feedback we get, then I would probably bring back something for maybe short discussion about what was discussed at that meeting. I don't know, Mr. Cooper might also have something that he has to present at that meeting, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that sounds great. All right. Any last words, comments? They're only doing those two for now. Yeah, they're going to save the other two for later.
Yeah, we just mentioned the student outcomes in the strategic plan committee. That's really planned for much later because we've been talking about many committees, and so those are the 4 that we have on our radar. And so if there are other future committees, that will have to be later.
And just to get clarity, am I expected to bring something back for the May 6th, or is it open to when I?
No, we will communicate about when to put it back on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, so look at coming events, check your VIP calendars. It is 10:35, and we will adjourn this meeting. Have a good night, everyone, and be safe.